morning, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant evening last night. It's Friday. All right, State, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls CSI Brenda Oliva.
Now, we do anticipate, members of the jury, a lunch break today. If you need a break before then, at any time, let me know. You can have a seat. I'm going to swear you in, okay? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Make sure everybody can hear you with the microphone. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Hi, my name is Brenda Oliva. Spell my first name Brenda. Last name is Oliva.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. CSI Oliva, if you would please tell the jury, please introduce yourself and tell the jury what you do for a living.
I work for SAPD Crime Scene Unit. I've been there for 13 years.
And have you been your entire time with the San Antonio Police Department? Has your entire career been in the crime scene unit?
The 13 years, yes.
Okay. And what specific training have you had in being a crime scene, a CSI, so to speak?
We get 2 months of classroom training and another month of a ride-along with a senior CSI out in the field.
Okay. And then do you have then yearly, like what we call CLEs in the legal field, but yearly training or updates?
Training that comes up, yes.
Okay, that you're required to.
Yes.
What are your duties as a CSI for the San Antonio Police Department?
Basically is to identify, collect, and process evidence.
Now, on November the 20th of 2016, were you working that day?
I was not. I was not on duty as of yet.
But were you working that day, though?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I was.
You just hadn't, your shift hadn't begun.
Yeah, it had not started yet.
Okay. And so was there a time that you were called in? What shift did you work back then?
2 to 10, 2:15 to 10:15.
And were you called in early to the scene at 315 South Santa Rosa?
Yes, I got a phone call from my supervisor asking me to come in early.
And do you recall what time you were asked to come in?
He just said to be there as soon as possible.
And what time did you arrive at the location at 315 South Santa Rosa?
I believe it was 1:19.
And what were your duties then once you arrived?
I made contact with CSI personnel that was already on scene and just pretty much got direction from there.
And is it common at a crime scene, especially one of the magnitude of a capital murder case, that there are multiple CSIs that are either dispatched or called to the scene and perform different duties?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Just because there's so many different things to do on scene, we just need multiple CSIs.
And then each CSI is assigned a different duty. For example, one individual, like Juan Enriquez, took the pictures in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. And somebody else, another CSI, attempted to lift fingerprints. Is
Yes.
that correct? Another CSI created a diagram of the headquarters.
Yes.
Okay. And so what were your duties? What were you tasked with doing that day?
I was requested to collect all the evidence and document the scene with using a video.
And 315 South Santa Rosa, is that the public safety headquarters where the San Antonio Police Department and also the San Antonio Fire Department administrative offices are housed?
Yes.
So you said that you were tasked with doing a crime scene video?
Yes.
and then also collecting the evidence.
Yes.
The video, obviously, that you did took place prior to you collecting the evidence.
Yes.
Is that correct? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
CSI Oliva, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 99. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, and what is contained in State's Exhibit number 99?
My video.
Okay. And what is the purpose of taking a video of a crime scene?
It's just to show the scene of maybe just a better enhancement of the pictures.
Okay. So the pictures can only individually show a particular area, but using the video, it enables the jury to get a better perspective of the area. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to watch your video?
I did.
Okay. There's no sound on your video, is that correct?
No.
Okay. That's not correct?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. So it's correct that there's no sound, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you initialed it and you put your badge number, is that
I did,
right?
yes.
Okay. And does the contents, the crime scene video in State's Exhibit number 99, does it fairly and accurately show what you saw as you videotaped it shortly after your arrival to police headquarters?
It does,
Okay.
yes.
And have there been any additions, alterations, edits to this, changes to this video?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the State moves to introduce State's Exhibit number 99.
We have previously viewed this video and have no objections, Your Honor.
But it's admitted?
Your Honor, may we publish it to the jury?
Yes.
And the time you began your video, according to what we're looking at, says 13:50 hours. Is that correct? Or what does that say? 13?
1350.
So 1:50 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
CSI Oliva, after videotaping the crime scene as we just saw in State's Exhibit 99, what did you then proceed to do?
I waited for everyone else to finish their duties to collect the evidence because that's the last thing that's done before we leave the scene.
And why is it the last thing that's done?
Just for anything like the video and to go over anything we might have missed or.
Right, to make sure everything's still in the pretty much the exact position, so
Yes.
before you then collect it and remove it, right, from the scene?
Yes.
What items of evidence did you collect at the scene?
Various things, bullet, spent casings, blood, the traffic arms, everything that was pretty much marked on my video with a number was collected.
And there's some items on your video that have numbers. For example, there's a number 15 on the information desk. Did you see that inside police headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would tell the jury what that is, or what the 15 is representing that was lifted or taken.
Latent prints. That wasn't collected by myself, though, but it was for latent prints. It was documented. To be documented for latent prints.
So the numbers are there so that it's documented so that when the case is presented, the jury can see exactly where the latent prints were lifted from. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. And again, there's some numbers that are on the doors of police headquarters, again, for latent prints.
Yes.
And then there's some numbers outside on the intercom system outside police headquarters, the entry doors.
Yes.
And again, those represent where latent prints were possibly lifted. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you said you collected the arms, right? The traffic arms, the two traffic arms?
Yes.
And you collected a bullet or a projectile?
A projectile and 2 spent shell casings and a swab of blood.
Okay. And then there were some other items, for example. And do you have your report in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. If you could just go through, you collected then let's see. There's a handcuff key right from the dashboard.
Yes.
You collected a button, a zipper cord, a styrofoam cup, right, that was left there,
Yes.
a lighter,
Yes.
like some sort of black glove that was left there.
Yes.
Some pieces of plastic that were near the entry to the traffic arm on Santa Rosa, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of these items that you're collecting, you don't know if they have any evidentiary value or not, do you?
No.
Okay. For example, the lighter was found further down, the glove further down, is that right?
Yes.
Further down from where Detective Marconi was shot.
Yes.
Okay. There's also that drink that was left there. No idea when that styrofoam cup, who left it there and when it was left there, but
No idea.
okay, right. So it's just collected in the abundance of caution, so to speak.
Yes.
You also collected some items from inside the vehicle, is that right? Detective Marconi's police radio, sunglasses, that blue surgical sheet that was on the driver's side seat,
Yeah.
correct?
And his weapon.
Okay, and his weapon. And the weapon that you collected, where was that located?
It was on the driver's side, in between, right by the seatbelt.
And then again, that's placed in the property room. All these items that you collect that we've discussed, once they're collected, they're placed in the San Antonio Police Department property room?
Yes,
Okay. And did you in fact place them in the San Antonio Police property room?
I did.
Okay. And is that a secure facility?
Yes.
Do you have items of evidence that you collected in front of you today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, on some of the items that you brought, there's also swabs or envelopes containing swabs. Is that Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, in fact, do the swabbing?
On these particular items, yes.
Okay. Right, the ones in front of
Yes.
you? Okay. And the ones that are listed in your report?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury how, the purpose of taking a swab and how you go about doing that.
We have 2 con swabs. We basically were looking for any kind of DNA. So we used a drop of distilled water, and we swab the area of interest.
And that's common in capital murder case investigations. Is that correct? Murder cases, capital murders, that swabs are
Yes.
done at the scene if there's items of evidentiary value.
Yes.
All right. So looking at the evidence, we'll start with State's Exhibit number 100. All right. If you would please identify what is State's Exhibit number 100.
It's a casing, a bullet casing.
Okay. And are your initials on State's Exhibit number 100?
Yes, on the evidence tape.
And looking at all these items that you've collected in front of you and what you've discussed, what you've previously testified to before the jury, State's Exhibits. So looking at, this is on the ground is State's Exhibits 105 and 106. And in front of you is State's Exhibits 100, 100A, 101, 102, 102A, 103, and 104. All of these exhibits that you collected them at 315 South Santa Rosa on November 20th of 2016. Is that correct? And,
Yes.
okay, under SAPD case number 16253595.
Yes.
Okay, except for the swabs that you, correct, the swabs, are you doing the swabs at the scene or are you doing them at your crime scene office?
At the crime scene office.
Okay, so other than State's Exhibits 101A, which is a swab, and 102A, these were swabs taken from the evidence that you collected at 315 South Santa Rosa on November 20th of 2016.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. So Starting with State's Exhibit number 100, could you please open it? If you want to close. And what is State's Exhibit number 100?
It's a spent shell casing.
Okay, well,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we have to introduce it
Oh,
before we
sorry.
can show the jury. That's okay. So it's a spent shell casing, and that shell casing you remove from the envelope labeled State's Exhibit number 100 that has your initials and badge number on it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, where did you collect State's Exhibit number 100 from?
Sorry.
And State's Exhibit, just for the record, State's Exhibit number 100 is listed as your item number E1.
Yes, it was on the ground near the driver door
And when you say the driver door, which driver door?
of the police vehicle.
Okay. Of Detective Marconi's
Detective
police
Marconi's vehicle.
Of the vehicle he was driving?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the State moves to introduce State's Exhibit number 100.
It's admitted.
So if you'll please show State's Exhibit number 100 to the jury. Thank you. And you said this is the shell casing that was labeled E1 that's found outside on the ground, outside the driver's side area of Detective Marconi's SAPD patrol vehicle.
Yes.
All right. Let's look at State's Exhibit number 100A. If you'll please open that. Now, State's Exhibit 100A, it was that in a sealed envelope.
Yes.
And Judge, for the record, I'm admitting State's Exhibit 100 is the envelope with its contents, which is E1, the cartridge casing.
All right.
Okay. And what is contained in State's Exhibit number 100A?
It's a biological swab of E1.
Okay. And did the envelope and also the swab have your initials and badge number?
Yes.
Okay. And does it also contain the date in which you placed it in the date in which you collected it?
It does.
Or done, in this case, made the swab or swabbed the item?
Yes.
Okay. And what you're looking at in State's Exhibit number 100A, what is that a swabbing from?
From E1, which is a spent shell casing.
Okay, which is has been introduced into evidence of State's Exhibit number 100.
Yes.
All right. Now you don't, other than doing the swabbing, you don't actually perform any kind of testing on the swabs.
No.
Okay, where are the swabs sent to have the testing conducted?
The Bexar County lab.
Okay, the Bexar County Crime Lab, is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. Your Honor, at this time the State moves to introduce State's Exhibit 100A with its contents, which is a swabbing from State's Exhibit number 100.
All right, it's admitted.
So if you will, please show the jury what's inside State's Exhibit number 100A.
This is just the packaging that it comes in, and there's 2 swabs located inside.
And the State's Exhibit 100A, the swabbing, was a swab that you made from or took from State's Exhibit number 100.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to State's Exhibit number 101.
Okay.
Would you please see if you, please look at the envelope and see if you see your initials, date, and badge number.
Yes, this is mine.
Okay. And it's fair to say that all of these items that we have in front of us, State's Exhibits 100, 100A, 101, 102, 102A, 103, 104, 105, and 106, all have your initials, badge number, and the date of 11/20 of 2016.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And they're all sealed, is that correct?
They're all sealed, yes.
Just keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
All right, so what is contained in State's Exhibit number 101?
It's a biological swab of E2.
Okay, and for the jury, please tell the jury what the swab that you took of E2, what was E2?
It was actually a swab of apparent blood located on the ground.
And where was the apparent blood located on the ground? You said it's located on the ground, but on the ground where?
Near the driver door of the police car,
Okay, in Detective Marconi's police car?
Detective Marconi's car.
Okay, and that's shown in the photographs and in the video as marked as E2, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, the swab has the actual swab inside has your initials, badge number, and the date. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit number E2.
Number what?
I'm sorry, not E2, thank you. Number 101.
Judge, at this time, we would object that this is just the beginning of the chain and it's not admissible at this time yet, Your Honor.
Response?
Your Honor, this witness collected these items. She initialed them. She placed them in the property room, and the items were then in a secure facility, and the items were then sent to the property room.
Well, yeah, I take on with ours just briefly, Your Honor.
Yes.
Officer? This is the one we're talking about, right? 104?
Now we're talking about 101.
Where is it? So I didn't know where she placed it. Okay, with regards to State's Exhibit 101, where are your initials, just so I can see?
In the back on
Okay.
the red tape.
Okay, and then you see that there's, other than the tape you initially placed, this other tape, right, placed on this?
That is placed there by the Bexar County Crime Lab.
Okay, in other words, they opened it.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't know who opened it or what they did with the items contained therein, right? From your own personal knowledge.
Once it's placed in the property room, no, I don't know.
Okay. But it has been opened and it's other people's initials and the like, right?
Yes.
Okay. We just object that this time it's not admissible on the chain of custody.
And our position is it goes to its weight and not its admissibility.
Okay. It's admitted.
Your Honor, may I have permission?
Yes.
All right, so State's Exhibit 101, the swab you just testified to is you labeled it, or the police department labeled it as E2, the pool of blood that's on the ground, outside, on the driver's side of Detective Marconi's police vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you personally don't conduct any testing on any of these items. Your job in this case was to collect them, and then at a later date they're sent to the Bexar County Crime Lab.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So let's take a look at State's Exhibit number 102 and 102A. Okay. On both of those, do you see your initials and badge number and date?
Yes,
Okay. And are they sealed right now?
they are sealed.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 102, what is inside State's Exhibit number 102?
It's a spent shell casing.
And State's Exhibit number 102, what is your evidence number for that particular item of evidence?
E3.
Now looking at, you can open it please, and then
Okay.
if you'll also open, after you finish, State's Exhibit number 102A. So 102 is a spent shell casing?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you'll open 102A. And what is State's Exhibit number 102A?
It's a biological swab collected from E3.
Okay, and E3 is State's Exhibit number 102, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you perform the swabbing of State's Exhibit number 102 E3?
I did, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the State moves to introduce State's Exhibit number 102 and 102A.
Just a writing objection on the chain of custody issue.
All right. So if that's the only objection, I'll overrule the objection, admit State's Exhibits 102 and 102A, and I'll grant the defense the running objection on the chain of custody issues.
All right, moving on to State's Exhibit number. Oh, and for the record, let's before we leave talking about State's Exhibit number 102, will you please show this to the jury? And what are you showing to the jury?
It's a spent shell casing.
Okay. And where was State's Exhibit number 102, which is your item of evidence E3, where was that item located?
It was on the rear driver's seat behind the driver. So the rear driver on the seat
So
itself.
the back seat,
Yes.
in the back seat of the patrol car,
Yes.
behind
The driver's seat.
Okay, behind the driver's seat.
Yes.
And when we say the patrol car, we're referring to the
Detective Marconi's.
right, and that's shown in your video, State's Exhibit number 99.
Yes.
So now, if you will look at State's Exhibit number 103, and do you see again your name and badge number and date?
I do.
Okay, and will you please open up State's Exhibit number 103? Okay, what is State's Exhibit number 103?
It's an apparent bullet slug projectile.
Okay, and State's Exhibit number 103, which is your item of evidence E3, where did you collect that from?
That was on the passenger floorboard of Detective Marconi's car.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit number 103.
And with the same objection.
Yes, I'd like to.
And you said it was a projectile, is that correct?
Yes.
Let me see if I can clear this up. So this is State's Exhibit number 103, which is your item of evidence E4. Is that correct by
Yes.
looking at this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so that's admitted.
All right. And so will you please show the jury the contents of State's Exhibit number 103, the projectile? And State's Exhibit number 103. We're looking at State's Exhibit number 65. Can you show the jury where you recovered State's Exhibit number 103, which is your item of evidence E4? Is that correct?
Yes. From the passenger floorboard.
And can you point to it or circle it? I think you're able to do that if you touch them on. Okay. Can you just draw a circle around it so we can see you have the two dots in it? All right.
Sorry.
All right. Oh, no, that's good. Thank you. And so a close-up of that is shown in State's Exhibit number 66. Is that correct?
Yes.
A photo of the your E4, State's Exhibit number 103.
Yes.
Just so for perspective, so the jury can see as well, looking at State's Exhibit number 75. Do you see on State's Exhibit number 75, you've discussed State's Exhibit number 100, which is your item of evidence number E1. Can you show the jury where the cartridge casing was found and collected from, looking at State's Exhibit number 75?
It's going to be on the ground near the rear driver door. So
And that's E1. That's your E1, State's Exhibit number 100.
yes.
Also looking at State's Exhibit number 75, there's an apparent swab you took from a pool of blood on the ground outside the driver's side area of Detective Marconi's patrol car. Do you see, can you show the jury the swab that we have labeled as State's Exhibit number 101, your item of evidence E2, where that swab was taken from? State's Exhibit number 102. Okay. Your item of evidence number E3, another cartridge casing. By looking at State's Exhibit number 73, can you show the jury where you collected it from? And State's Exhibit, and you're indicating the back seat of the patrol car behind the driver's.
Yes.
Behind the driver's seat. Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 74 is a close-up of the item that has been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit number 102.
That's correct.
Okay. And we previously went over the projectile that was found, State's Exhibit number 103. We started that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now moving on to State's Exhibit number 104. What is State's Exhibit number 104?
It's a biological swab.
Okay. And where was that biological swab taken from?
It was collected from a styrofoam cup, which was E9.
Okay. And can you open State's Exhibit number 104, please? All right. And what is inside of State's Exhibit number 104?
It's a biological swab.
And how did you go about taking that biological, or using the swab?
It was collected from the inside of the cup and around the lid.
Okay. And where is State's Exhibit, the styrofoam cup that had the liquid? Where did you? We saw it in the video, but where did you find that styrofoam cup?
It was found on the east side of the building.
Okay. And how far would you say that was from Detective Marconi's patrol car?
Cup, maybe like 10 feet.
Okay. And you said the east side of the building. Where was it on the east side of the building?
It was like on a planter.
Okay. And any idea if that has any significance to this case?
No.
Okay. However, you collected it because the cup was found in that perimeter of the alongside police headquarters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that again has your initial and badge number?
It does, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit number 104. Or having the crime.
Just same objection to the chain of custody.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay. And then, if you would please step down, we're going to take a look at State's Exhibits number 105 and 106. I'm going to show the jury State's Exhibit number 91. So if you can bring the scissors down, please. We'll start with State's Exhibit number 105, which is your number E18. If you could please kind of cut the paper in order to look in and identify it. So what what is in State's Exhibit number 105, which you have labeled your E18?
It's a traffic arm collected from the entry and exit points on Santa Rosa Street.
Okay, and is that shown, what's shown in State's Exhibit number 91, the photo, is that where you collected State's Exhibit number 105?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit number 105.
Just the same issue, sorry.
All right, submitted.
You already marked me the issue.
Okay. And she brought those items today, right?
Well, we had them brought over last week and stored in a lock facility.
And then she's the one who's bringing it in.
I'm sorry.
Right, and then the witness is bringing them in from that facility.
Well, the CSI brought it sealed from the facility, and we had it locked here in the court facility, locked.
Okay.
And she's the one who actually collected it.
That was my question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Is it admitted, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. So would you can go ahead and cut the rest of the paper. The jury can see it. Well, I want to remove it from it. Let's not cut the writing. Okay. So let's remove it from the paper. And if you'll show the jury, please, what State's Exhibit number 105 is.
This is the traffic arm on the Santa Rosa side.
Okay. And that's shown as, it's your number E18, shown in State's Exhibit number 91. All right, thank you. Looking at State's Exhibit number 106, which is your number E19, would you please use the scissors and cut the paper to identify what's contained inside State's Exhibit number 106? Do you think we can get it out? I think we can get it out. Okay. Let me see. Okay, you want to pull it? Can you pull that out?
Can you just hold it out?
Yeah, okay. Okay. So looking at State's Exhibit 106, your number E19, where did you collect the traffic arm from?
From the urban loop side. The entry and exit from the urban loop side.
Okay. And it's shown in State's Exhibit number 92.
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you. purpose of collecting States Exhibits 105 and 106, your E18 and E19, what was the purpose of that?
I was advised that these were the entry and exit points of a vehicle that had fled.
Had fled the scene after the shooting of Detective Benjamin Marconi, is that
Yes.
right? And I don't believe I have moved to introduce, Dave moves to introduce States Exhibit number 106.
Any objections to States 106?
Just a running objection.
It's admitted.
Okay. So after collecting, obviously videotaping the scene, collecting the various items of evidence, and then going back to the crime lab and swabbing some of the items of evidence that you've testified to, did you do anything else pertaining to SAPD assignment number 16, 25, 35, 95, the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
I did a search for latent prints on the spent shell casings that I collected, and then I verified my video.
Were you later called out to police headquarters the following day?
I was.
On November 21st of
Yes.
2016?
Yes.
Okay. And so we will call you back to testify as when you were called back and what other items that you performed at that time, whatever CSI duties you performed at that time.
Okay.
And before I do that, you said that you had attempted to get latent prints off the casings. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury about that. Were you able to get latent prints off the casings?
I was not.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. If you want to place the items on the ledge for the court reporter. Right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Lieutenant Brent Bell.
What is this?
Thank you, sir. Squeezing it, sir.
All right, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Make sure everybody can hear you. If you could identify yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Brent Bell. I'm a lieutenant with the San Antonio Police Department.
Explain me, please.
BRENT. First name, Bell, B-E-L-L.
State.
Thank you. Lieutenant Bell, how are you employed?
I work for the San Antonio Police Department. I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you been a police officer with the City of San Antonio Police Department?
25 years.
And what positions have you held throughout your 25-year career with the San Antonio Police Department?
Well, when I started the police department, I was assigned to South Patrol and West Patrol. So I was on patrol for 7 years. From there, I went to the traffic unit and stayed there for 3 years and then promoted to detective. As a detective, went to homicide. I worked there for 3 years and then promoted to sergeant. As a sergeant, initially went out to the street. I was on Peru, and then I went out to South Patrol, and then I was assigned to the chief's office for about a year and a half. And from there, I went to SVU as a sergeant, a special victims unit. From there, I promoted to lieutenant. I stayed in SVU for 2 years. And the last 4 years, I've been out at Peru in the Northwest service area.
And what are your current duties as a lieutenant in the Peru, is it section or Peru?
It's a service area. It's a substation, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Substation,
Mhm.
okay. What are your duties as a lieutenant there?
We're directors of a shift, and so our duties are just general oversight over the shift. We have approximately 50 officers, 4 supervisors on that shift, and just do scheduling. We do all sorts of administrative things. We make major scenes, go to major scenes if they occur, give input or instructions when needed.
And back on November the 20th of 2016, where were you assigned, Lieutenant?
I was assigned to SVU as the unit director there.
And as your duties as the unit director or lieutenant, correct? You were the lieutenant at SVU at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And SVU again stands for Special Victims Unit?
Yes,
And what were your duties then as a lieutenant of SVU?
To describe that, SVU is a unit. It handles cases, all sex crimes cases, all cases against children, and all family violence cases for the city of San Antonio. So, and it's divided. That unit is divided into 2 sections. So we had a family violence, and we had the sex crime side. My job as a lieutenant, we had 4 supervisors there, was to oversee the unit in general. Obviously, the administrative tasks, scheduling, discipline, instructions. A lot of the lieutenant's work is really working with other units, with command staff, and trying to implement policy or other things like that with the unit.
So you said there were 4 supervisors, or the supervisors referred to as sergeants.
They are sergeants, yes.
Okay. And underneath there's a lieutenant, 4 sergeants, and then there are detectives. Is that correct? That investigate the cases, whether they be family violence or crime scene. I'm sorry, or child or adult sex cases.
Correct.
And how many detectives would you say generally back on November 20th of 2016 were assigned to SVU?
We had approximately 50 detectives. You would fluctuate 1 or 2 depending on transfers and things like that.
And did Detective Benjamin Marconi, was he assigned as a detective in the division that you supervised, Special Victims Unit, in November 20th of 2016?
Yes.
And did you supervise Detective Benjamin Marconi?
I did, both as a sergeant and as a lieutenant.
Okay. And so you were a sergeant there, and then you got promoted to lieutenant, so supervised him in both capacities?
Yes, ma'am.
So as part of your duties as a lieutenant on the Special Victims Unit, were you also tasked with being involved or supervising officer-involved shootings?
Yeah, so the Special Victims Unit is part of major crimes. And so the lieutenants in major crimes, 2 of them, one's for homicide and one's for Special Victims Unit. The officer-involved shooting team is what I was part of. And homicide director is in charge of generally in charge of officer-involved shootings. But the SVU director supplements him when he's taking time off and alternates in being on call-outs for officer-involved shootings.
So let's go then to November the 20th of 2016. Were you working that day as the lieutenant of Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And sometime around 11:38 a.m., 11:39, did something occur that caused you to leave your office and go downstairs?
Yes, somebody went by my office and said there was a shooting outside and an officer was involved.
And where is your office located? Where is the Special Victims Unit located?
Okay, so in headquarters, Special Victims and Homicide are both on the 3rd floor. They take the entire floor. We're on one wing, and Homicide is on the other wing. My office is on was on the south side of the building.
And headquarters, as you're referring to in your testimony, that's 315 South Santa Rosa?
Yes, sir.
Okay, San Antonio, located in San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
And so after the individual came, do you recall who came to your office and told you that?
I don't. I heard the voice. Heard somebody say it. They were kind of moving quickly. I looked up and I heard that, and so I got up to go see what was going on.
And where did you go, Lieutenant?
I went downstairs. I went out the lobby and came outside.
And when you came outside of the building at police headquarters, what did you observe?
When I came out the door, when you come out the lobby, it's to the right as you're walking and facing Santa Rosa. I looked to my right, and there was an ambulance parked. Santa Rosa has 3 southbound lanes. I saw a police car. There was a lot of people, and there were several cars in line. What drew my attention first was the ambulance. I saw the lights, so that kind of drew my attention first. I saw a police car there, several cars behind it, and people just scurrying back and forth. Quite a few people were out there, probably a couple dozen people were already outside.
And you said you saw an ambulance. Did you see Detective Benjamin Marconi?
No, he was already in the ambulance when I came outside.
And once you came outside and walked, obviously you're walking towards the ambulance and the patrol car, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you're walking towards the ambulance and Detective Marconi's patrol car, at some point shortly thereafter the ambulance takes off, is that right?
Yeah, pretty soon after I got there, the ambulance had left. Yes, that's correct.
And so what are you doing then once you arrive? The ambulance takes off, you're at the crime scene. What are you tasked with, or what are your job responsibilities at that time?
I didn't at that moment know exactly what was going on, so I came across from listening to people and what was happening. I realized an officer was shot. I wasn't completely sure what they meant by an officer was involved in the shooting. At that point, I was told that Ben Marconi. Ultimately, I was told Ben Marconi was shot in the police car. So what I did was, at that point, started just looking at the scene. I contacted Sergeant Sullivan was there, and Sergeant Wes McCourt. Both are Sergeant Sullivan's with traffic, Sergeant McCourt is with homicide, and kind of briefing from him what they knew so far because they had gotten there before me.
Okay. And after receiving the briefings from Sergeant McCourt and Sergeant Sullivan, was there a time shortly thereafter that you were asked or became the commander of the investigation, the head of the investigation, in terms of not the homicide investigation, but in the initial investigation?
Since I was the OIS commander, I was.
When you say, let me stop you. OIS.
Sorry, I apologize. Yes, Officer Involved Shooting Team Commander, and I was on call. I was the person assigned at that time. I immediately became the commander of the scene.
And so, being the commander of the scene, what became your responsibilities at that time?
Initially, we're trying to gather information. What did we have? I knew we were the sergeants and the supervisor out there. I knew they were transmitting descriptions of the suspect, description of the vehicle, what they were able to gather from statements they were getting in the field from witnesses. There were several witnesses out there. I checked the area. The southbound side was already closed off. The northbound side was being closed off, making sure the scene was being secured. It was. They were already putting tape out. They were securing it well and gathering witnesses and trying to isolate them and get their statements. So that was the first order of business. Make sure that's being done.
Okay. And when you say southbound side, that's the Cesar Chavez side, is that correct, of the area?
The southbound side The southbound lanes of Santa Rosa come from Nueva towards Cesar Chavez. Yes.
Okay. And so cutting off or taping off the northbound, which would be around Nueva on Santa Rosa, and the southbound would be Cesar Chavez.
Right. My recollection is there were police cars parked there blocking the lane so traffic couldn't move southbound. As I looked over and saw it, that's what I remember.
And so making sure the crime scene is secure and blocked off. Is there a time shortly thereafter that part of the investigation includes pulling videos or looking for videos from police headquarters?
At that time, we had after we had several detectives. You have to remember that it was a Sunday, so we were kind of limited on manpower. So our detectives were tied up getting witnesses together, trying to figure out what was happening. As soon as we knew we had enough detectives and we were getting witnesses going upstairs, we started canvassing the area, making sure detectives were able to canvass the area for other video and for video from headquarters.
Okay. And was the video from headquarters eventually downloaded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And could you just briefly tell the jury where various angles are of the video at police headquarters?
The angles that I recall after seeing the video, we have an angle that covers downward onto Santa Rosa. There's an angle that's to the rear off of Urban Loop, and I think there's two angles. There's one that goes straight down from the southeast corner of the building, and one that points toward the northeast, as best I can remember.
And was there a time while initially, shortly thereafter, Detective Marconi was taken away in the ambulance, and videos are being pulled that a service agent who works at the information desk at the San Antonio Police Department informed a sergeant about a mail that had come to police headquarters earlier that same morning, around 7:48 a.m.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about that?
Sergeant Vara approached me. I think he was looking for the headquarter video. Sergeant Vara worked in SVU as well. He was in the building when this occurred. I believe he was looking for a video from the headquarters, so he went to Kevin Wilkinson, who works the front desk. Excuse me. He's a service agent, and they control the cameras in the building. Sergeant Vara approached me. He says, "Hey, Kevin thinks he saw there was a mail that came in."
Judge, it goes to the investigation.
That's just not being offered for the truth of the matter certain.
No, Your Honor. It's the information he received in order to then continue with the investigation.
Overruled.
He had contacted Kevin. I knew Kevin because you see Kevin when you come in the building or your meeting place. So he said, "Hey, Kevin's got a gentleman matching the description we're getting from the outside. He came in early this morning, right about roll call for us is about 7:40, 7:45, asking to make a report, and then left. He thought it was suspicious, and Kevin followed him on the camera. And I said, well, are we getting a statement from Kevin? He said, yeah, we're about to get a statement from Kevin to see. He's going to talk to, I don't know who got the statement, but they got the statement at homicide, I believe.
And then were the videos pulled or downloaded from the incident that Kevin Wilkinson's talking about, where the individual comes into police headquarters earlier that day at 7:48 or so a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Now, so you're downstairs. At some point, you come upstairs. Is that correct?
That's correct. Uh-huh.
And is there a command room that is set up?
We set up normally we set up a command post, some type of command post where we can, especially as commanders, can meet and group and discuss the case. In this case, it made sense. Generally, the initial field post is near the scene. We're at the scene, and so the most obvious place to put the command post was on the third floor in the conference room.
And can you tell the jury about who came to the command post and about the briefings that occurred at the command post?
Okay.
Or who was present?
Who was present at the command post? As this developed, I think within an hour, the station was pretty flooded with different different groups of people. We had detectives, covert units. We had people coming in to work. Obviously, our commanders, that would be our deputy chiefs, our chief, our captain. We're now beginning to move into the station. So quickly, we had several units. We also had federal agencies reach out to us and come to the station, included the FBI, Homeland Security, ATF, offering their assistance because this had hit the news, and so everybody came to give us aid if possible.
And you said that obviously there were various federal agencies. Were there also other state agencies or other local agencies that volunteered their assistance in this capital murder investigation?
Other local agencies, you said? Well, yeah, we have. I think I remember TABC being there, stopping in and offering assistance. As far as local agencies, yeah, we kept them apprised of it, but I don't remember any representatives from the local agencies. So.
And so specifically, I'm referring to Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, Bexar County, yes, yeah.
And then also Texas Department of Public Safety, DPS.
Yeah, we had DPS as well. They offered their assistance.
All right. And you were telling the jury that that you had briefings. And so what was the purpose of the briefings with these various members at the command post?
The purpose of the briefings was everybody was going to begin an investigation. I mean, people were looking into this, and it seemed to us at the time that it would be best to keep that information coordinated. Oftentimes, we call it deconfliction. Oftentimes, you may have one person getting information, another agency getting the same information, and they begin to act on that information together. It creates a lot of disruption. So you want to have a central location where you're communicating the information that's coming out on the case. So if we get a description that's been updated or we have a new lead, we want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
And that efforts aren't being duplicated. Is that fair to say?
Correct. They're not being duplicated.
And what was your position then, sir, Lieutenant, at the command post?
Well, I was still the shooting team commander at the time, but I had also someone who came in. It was his day off. Was the homicide director, which at the time Lieutenant Gallegos. We had a discussion, and what was readily apparent was there were going to be a lot of agencies, and all of our covert units. We have a lot of covert units with the police department, and that coordination was going to be critical. That's not usual. In any cases, we work normally, and the reason this was because we didn't know who shot Detective Marconi. This was an unknown, and that's not usually the case. So Lieutenant Gallegos and I, he took over the homicide portion, which was the investigation of the crime, and then I assumed the duties of just being a coordinator, just making sure we were meeting it. So we decided to meet every hour on the hour, to have all the units come back together and to update each other on what we had, what new information there was, and what we were doing about it.
And you mentioned to the jury that covert units were involved. What does that mean? What is a covert unit?
So covert units are officers that are in plain clothes. Covert units include narcotics, vice. ROPE is a repeat offenders program. Property crimes units oftentimes might have a covert. They run covert as well.
And what's the significance of a covert unit in terms of an investigation?
In terms of investigation, the covert units have primarily they're covert. They're not uniform. They're able to do surveillance. They're able to do things that a uniformed officer would not be able to do. Also, they have a lot of connections, a lot of confidential informants. They have a lot of information coming from their resources as well.
Was there a decision that afternoon on November 20th of 2016, was a decision made to release some of the video footage from both the suspect entering, or the individual who entered police headquarters that morning at 7:48 a.m., and also the vehicle that the shooter had driven as he's fleeing the scene? Video of both the suspect from the morning, or the man in the morning, and then the vehicle at 11:38 a.m.
We decided to release that information to officers in the field and to release it to our partners, to the other agencies.
Okay.
Yes.
And at some point, so what was the purpose of that?
We did. I would say within the hour of kind of going through this and trying to understand what had just happened, we believed the threat was ongoing. We believed another officer. I may need to back up a little bit to give some scenario to this. 2016, I believe we had.
We don't check the relevance, Your Honor.
You can ask the next question.
Okay. Well, I wanted to. Okay, so in 2016, why was it relevant, sir? Why were you concerned that another officer may be killed?
Your Honor, if I may we approach?
Yes. Right, members of the jury, we're going to have a hearing outside your presence. Subsequent to that, we will take a break, so we'll let you know when we're ready.
All rise for the jury. You may be seated.
All right?
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant Bell, you were about to say that in 2016, what was the concern at this point, based on what had occurred in 2016?
In July, I believe, I think it was July of 2016 in Dallas, we had five officers that were shot. And then in, I believe, that same month, I believe there was a shooting in Louisiana that took out a couple that was targeted at officers. And I believe in November of that same month when this occurred, in Des Moines, there were 2 officers that were targeted and shot. In all those cases, they were targeted because they were police officers.
And what you said in those cases they were targeted. The police officers that were killed in the line of duty, they were targeted because they were police officers. How is that similar to what happened to what you were able to see on video? What happened to Detective Marconi?
There didn't appear to be apparent motive to this. It wasn't. We eliminated the fact that it wasn't in the traffic stop. It wasn't the person that was stopped. It was in front of headquarters. The witness statements were indicating to us the person just ran up behind him. He never saw what was coming. He was shot, and then the person left. Our belief was that this would likely happen again. We didn't know where the shooter was from. He could have been from another city, so it was important to implement. We had a concern for other cities in the state, also for anywhere else that it might occur. So that's why we employ the outside agencies and their intelligence.
Because that's what we plan to elicit.
Defense?
Okay, sorry. Lieutenant Bell. Okay, but so back in 2016, this other events had occurred involving officers, police officers. But I was trying to figure out where was she going with that. Because of that, you made a decision to do what?
Well, it's not usual that we incorporate outside agencies like we did. and I think that's what we were talking about, the decision to do that. It had happened across the nation, and when the outside agencies came to us, that was a concern for them too, that there were some, I would say, anti-police movements at the time, and that was a concern for us. So our biggest concern was, so we had two things we were trying to do. One of them was to do the investigation, find out who did this and solve it and collect the evidence. But the other thing was to protect our officers in the field. I know that the chief doubled them up. I believe he issued an order that they all double up. We locked down the substations. Certain orders were issued to protect our officers. And so we had to do everything within our means to make sure that we got the information as quickly as possible and we were able to find the suspect.
Okay, but I'm trying to figure out where the prosecutor is going, because she said, he's asking how the investigation went along, and then you said a decision was made to release the information, which is, I believe it was the video of the suspect at the time inside the police headquarters, and also the video of the fleeing vehicle or something like that. And then you said, within the hour we believe, and because back in 2016. And so the purpose of where you're going is that, of talking about 2016 and other events, is, I guess it'll follow up, and then you'll testify, we made the decision to release this information to other agencies. And you said other agencies, to officers in the field and other agencies. Is that accurate?
That's what I said, yes, sir.
Okay, and when you say other agencies, what are you talking about? Ponies Heights PD, Live Oak? What are you talking about?
So through our San Antonio Regional Intelligence Center, that's called SARIC, we refer to it as SARIC. They have an ability to communicate with all agencies in the Southwest area and federal agencies. And so we opted to give them that information rather than keep it internal, keep those to just San Antonio Police. We opted to release that information to them out of concern for their officers, for officers in other towns or close by, say Balcones Heights, Bexar County, DPS, things like that. We want to make sure they had it as well.
I mean, but would this have gone to Austin Police Department, Laredo Police Department, Houston Police Department? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, we gave it to DPS. So DPS was there, FBI was there, Homeland Security. Who they disseminated it out to, I don't know. I don't know who they would have, but that's who was participating in the investigation with us.
Okay. Now, this is not part of the decision. I'm just trying to make sure that the sequence of events. The decision to release that information to the public came later.
It did. I believe the information we gave to law enforcement, and I believe it was leaked out through social media, so it ended up going to the public. I'm not sure how that happened or when it happened, but I believe it did happen.
Okay. Your Honor, our objection would be that the context of, if this officer is going to testify, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Bell, is going to testify that in July of 2016, 5 police officers were shot, and then that in Louisiana, some other officers were shot, and in Des Moines, other officers were shot, and that because of that, they rather than making a speech order, we object that it's not relevant to the case.
Judge, the state's response is, this goes to the state of mind of Lieutenant Bell, who was the commander, he was the operating commander at the command post. It goes to his state of mind in terms of where the investigation went, what evidence was released, what information was released to both these state agencies and federal agencies. And so that's why the state, that's the purpose and the relevancy of eliciting this testimony.
All right, the court's also considering a balancing test. I'll sustain the defense objection. I'll let you get into, I'll let you ask the witness regarding a decision being made to release the information to other agencies, and then we'll just leave it right there.
I'll instruct the witness to specifically to not testify about other police officers being killed in other states and in this state as well, in Dallas.
Only that the decision was made to release the information.
Only.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's take a quick break, about 10 minutes. All right, on the record, in 2017 CR 1505, present in the courtroom are the three attorneys for the state, the three attorneys for the defense, as well as the defendant. The jury is not yet in the courtroom. Before we bring in the jury, counsel, y'all indicated y'all wanted to approach.
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to the defense objection to the proffered testimony of Lieutenant Bell, we're withdrawing our objection.
Okay.
All rise for the jury. Be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Where we last left off, state we were with your witness. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Bell, we left off with you telling the jury that the decision was made at the command post to release information to other law enforcement agencies, both local, state, and federal. Is that correct? Okay. And what was that information that was released?
The information that was released, if I recall correctly, was we had a photograph of the car, well, actually a still shot taken of the car from the Coban, and we had still shots of the person had walked into the public safety headquarters earlier that morning.
So, Lieutenant, when you said we had still shots from the car, from the Coban, can you give us some more information or details as to the car you're referring to and the Coban that the still shots were made from?
Okay, the car I'm referring to is, there was Coban video of the, Coban is, I guess, do I need to explain? The Coban video is the car video from Detective Marconi's car. In that video, we had captured a description of or we're able to see the car moving away from Detective Marconi's car, if I recall correctly.
As it pulled in front.
As it pulled in front, as he went around the car, he ended up turning right in front of made a right turn in front of Detective Marconi's car, patrol car, and then went through the back lot of the south lot of the public safety headquarters.
So still shots were created from Detective Marconi's Coban video that showed the suspect vehicle, the vehicle that the shooter had gotten into after shooting Detective Marconi and driving right in front of his patrol car, entering the parking lot.
Going off my memory here, I think there were still shots and there was a video, but I don't know how that was released. I don't know if they released it in stills or if they did a little bit of both, maybe the whole video. I'm not real sure.
But some still shots were also released of the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also said that there were still shots released of the individual who had earlier that same day entered police headquarters prior to 8 a.m. that morning.
Correct.
Okay. And who were those, the still shots and or video of those, the vehicle, the suspect vehicle, and of the individual who entered police headquarters earlier that day? Who were those released to? And what was the purpose of releasing those still shots and video?
I remember authorizing just to release it in general to law enforcement, so I don't know who they were specifically released to, but it was released by, it would have been released by SERIC, so on the top floor of the building, in the 6th floor, we have the San Antonio Regional Intelligence Center. And so they would have been the ones releasing that information as needed through PIO, through our Public Information Office, I guess.
And the purpose of releasing those was what, sir?
To give as best description as we had of the suspect to other law enforcement officers in the area.
And why was that a concern? I mean, obviously to use in the investigation to hopefully apprehend the suspect. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was there another concern that the police department, along with the other federal and state law enforcement agencies, had at the time?
Yes, we knew there had been a pattern of officers being targeted, and it appeared to us probable that Officer Marconi was targeted not because he was Ben Marconi, but because he was in a uniform. And so with that being the case, I mean, until we apprehended this person, we didn't know when he was going to do it again. If he would do it again.
And after the still shots and the video were released to other law enforcement agencies, at some point did you become aware that the still shots of the suspect vehicle and the suspect who had entered police headquarters had been released or leaked to the media?
I did. I became aware of that. I'm not sure when it was leaked, but I wasn't watching the TV in that room, but I was informed that it had been leaked out. My understanding was it initially went out through Facebook, and I don't know how it leaked out otherwise to the media, but it did.
And so you don't know what other law enforcement agency or who leaked the information to the media. Is that a fair statement, Lieutenant
I don't
Bell?
know.
And once the media received the still shots of the shooter's vehicle and of the individual who had entered police headquarters earlier that day, that police were looking for as well. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure.
Okay.
So once the information was leaked to the media of both the suspect vehicle after fleeing the scene after the shooting of Detective Marconi and also the individual who had entered police headquarters earlier that day prior to 8 a.m., once it was leaked, those items were leaked to the media. Did the police department begin receiving calls based on those still shots and photos that had been released?
We did. We did begin to get multiple calls. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And can you tell the jury about, just generally, calls that were received and tips that were given and follow-ups that were made?
I may need to back up just a little bit on that one. We had, in these meetings, these hourly meetings, we had Sarek in the room, our intelligence gathering part of our department, along with all the others. And so they were tasked with filtering through all that information. You get a lot of information from different means. It could be from calling 911 or from anonymous tips or whatever, the call centers, things like that. And so they went through that information. We tasked them to do that and follow those leads down and let us know if they were able to come up with any tenable leads, something we could actually follow, right?
And some of the calls that were coming in, were they in reference to the suspect vehicle?
I recall several, everything from 2008 Mitsubishi Galant, someone saying they recognize that type of a car, that's what we should be looking for, to I believe Camaro, to Ford. So you get different types of descriptions coming in from the public who are they're trying to help us, they're trying to assist us. Also people that maybe saw the car on a highway, maybe they saw somebody matching that description in a store. So they're trying to help out law enforcement, which is always helpful. I mean, the public coming in to assist us is helpful. A lot of eyes and a lot of people wanting to do what's best. And so they called us and left that information for us, and then we'd research that to see if it was something we could follow or not.
And so receiving information about a vehicle that was parked at a location that resembled the suspect vehicle, or a vehicle that was on the highway or at another location, once that information came in from the tip line or from 911 callers or other callers, I guess it would be non-emergency at this time because it's later on in the day, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
And so once the information comes in to the police department, what do you do as the commander with that information?
Well, we didn't want to inundate ourselves with too much information. You get confettied with information in one room. You need to kind of vet that. And so we left it up to Sarek to go ahead and vet that information. If it was actionable, if it's something we needed to follow up on, then we had, in that room, we had covert units who could follow up within our department, or officers that could respond, just to follow up on that lead to see if it turned into something or not.
And so is it your testimony, Lieutenant, that leads that officers were able to follow up on were followed up on?
Yes.
And throughout the the rest of the day of November 20th of 2016, were officers not only following up on leads, but were the covert units actually out looking for the suspect vehicle and or the suspect?
Yes.
And do you recall, or can you say how many units were involved in this? Or I know you told us the division, but do you know exactly how many officers were involved looking for this suspect vehicle?
Including patrol, including the covert units. There's probably, I don't know how many.
Significant number?
It was probably 100 different units out. I mean, I'm sure there was probably more. I just don't know the exact number. Because the general description was put out there, and I think all officers were probably keeping an eye out for that description of a car or person. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You're on a heck of a moment.
Yes.
So as these briefings that occurred every hour on the hour, as they occurred, information's coming in, then decisions are made as to who to assign that information in terms of follow-up. Is that correct?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. And then you're relaying whatever information comes in above you to the chief's office, to PIO, which is the public information officer. Is that correct?
They were actually present in those meetings. So we had chiefs present and PIO present in those meetings.
And was there a time later on that same day, on Sunday, November 20th of 2016, that a suspect had been brought in by the name of Lorenzo Calvin?
Yes.
And once the suspect was brought in, did you personally interview or speak to Mr. Calvin?
No, I didn't.
Okay. What follow-up or what occurred regarding Mr. Calvin?
Homicide. I know Mr. Calvin. I think this happened right around 9:30. He was brought in. Homicide went ahead and did the interviewed Mr. Calvin, and we waited. We did our routine hourlies just to exchange information. I'm not sure what time they finished with him. I think it was probably late, probably around midnight or so. But Lieutenant Gallegos contacted me and said he'd been eliminated. He was not involved in this. They were able to interview him, interview witnesses, confirm where he was, and he was not the suspect in this case.
Okay. And so Mr. Calvin came in, spoke to police, and then the police officers, or the detectives in the case, in the homicide division, because Lieutenant Gallegos was at the time the homicide lieutenant.
He was, yes. Uh-huh.
And so the detectives were able to verify Mr. Calvin's alibis for that particular, during the time of the Capitol murder. Is that correct?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Calvin was then released.
That's correct.
Okay. He was not arrested for the Capitol murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi.
No, he was not.
Okay. At some point then, after Mr. Calvin was released, did you go home?
I did.
Okay. Were you relieved? You had been there since, what time did you start your shift that day?
Well, I had been called in the night before, and I don't remember the time I got out of bed, but it was probably about 2 a.m. on Sunday morning, 2 or 3 in the morning. And that's why I was there that's Sunday. I'm usually off, but I was called in on another incident, and so I went home. I tried to get a little bit of sleep.
And so from you left. You said 1 a.m. or so, or
More or less, yeah.
More or less. All right. And then when did you return back to police headquarters?
I got back at 6:30
a.m.
a.m.
So you left around 1 a.m. And now we're on November 21st, right, of 2016?
Correct.
Monday. And so when you came in around 6 a.m., 6:30, are the hourly briefings still occurring?
So Lieutenant Gallegos stayed overnight, and he took over that portion, the command portion. And when I got back, we had a 7 o'clock meeting downstairs, is what was planned. I believe it was 7 a.m. We had a meeting downstairs in the main conference room, in the large conference room.
And what was the purpose of the 7 a.m. meeting?
At the 7 a.m., we brought in patrol units from our safe units. Safe units work in every substation, and they're units that aren't subject to call. So we were able to bring them into the downstairs area, and I think there were other officers, other units from all over the city, and we gave them a briefing, explained who we were looking for, the description, and that probably was the room was full. I think it seats about 60, 70 people. We gave them the information, and then they went out looking for the suspect and the car.
And so when they went out looking, do you know where, were there particular areas, for example, did they check hotel, motel parking lots?
So we asked them to check the areas they were familiar with, certain hotels, parking lots, any area where each area is different. So we were kind of trying to capitalize on what they knew about their particular area. So we asked them to just search everywhere is known that they think this vehicle might be.
Shopping centers, just anything, everything.
It
right?
was just out there, just kind of blanket the area.
Right, and officers from the SAFE unit, those officers are assigned to, all over the city, is that correct? They're assigned, some of the SAFE officers have North Patrol, South, East, West, Central, Crew, is that correct?
Correct. We have 6 stations over the city, as you just described, and we have SAFE units in each one of those substations.
So those SAFE officers then went back to their substation area, and then began looking for the suspect vehicle and/or suspect.
Correct. Also involved were a lot of the covert units were in that meeting as well, just to get updates as well. Not just the lieutenant in charge of the coverts, but this time the actual detectives. I believe some were there.
Okay, and the covert units that you mentioned, is that correct?
That's correct.
Auto theft, vice, property crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
So an hour or two later, sometime around 9:30 or so, 9:45, did you receive information that an officer had located what could be at this time a possible suspect vehicle?
Right. The description had been. We were confident the description of the vehicle had been out there, and we knew it had. In the description we gave, we knew it would probably have damage from going up underneath those the security arms. So when he took off, the suspect vehicle took off in front of Detective Marconi's car. On the video, he turns right. Witnesses said he went through the crossing arm on the opposite side, went through the parking lot, and then exited and hit that crossing arm as well. So one of the descriptions we had was that we gave them was as likely to have either paint transfer or some kind of damage. So we did. We got 2 officers. I believe it was Officer Ortiz and Henderson. Officers Ortiz and Henderson were working an accident right around Calaveras, 1200 block, I think. I don't think they were there, but they were close enough to be able to see a car parked that looked like the suspect vehicle, and it had that same damage. They backed away, immediately notified, because we had done these meetings and everybody knew we were looking for this car. They immediately notified their supervisors, and we ended up sending covert units to watch that car.
And so once Officer Ortiz, and you said Officer Ortiz and Officer Henderson, once they spotted the suspect vehicle, did they relay any information regarding the suspect vehicle to police headquarters or to a commander in order to run the plate or to find out who the owner may be of that suspect vehicle?
I don't know who they immediately related to. By the time it got to us, we just knew we had that vehicle and it was spotted by them. Lieutenant Ward was overseeing all the covert operations. He was in the meetings, and I believe Lieutenant Ward immediately sent covert units out to start watching the car and do research. I'm sorry.
Okay, and so to do research on the car, and what research would have been done regarding the vehicle?
Well, the plate is important. My recollection serves me. I believe it was registered to the suspect. And so, and there's other ways to check if a car belongs to somebody. Sometimes if you're written a ticket in a car, that record of the license plate, even if you're not the owner, there's a record that you were written a ticket in that car. So there's other ways to research. So that's the type of research they would have done. They'd have also sent all that information up to CERIC, the intelligence part of our department to kind of run through known persons associated with that car, anybody else any other addresses, former addresses, things like that.
And Lieutenant Bell, you said that Sarah would have run it, but or maybe other officers, maybe other supervisors or sergeants would have run the information upon receiving it from officers Ortiz and Henderson. But shortly after the information came in, did you receive the information that the suspect vehicle that Officer Ortiz is calling about is registered to Otis McKane?
Your Honor, we're just going to object to the leading nature of the questions of the prosecutor.
Sustained.
Did you receive any information regarding the owner of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and what information were you given, sir?
It was registered to Otis McKane.
And when the police department finds out that it's a vehicle's registered to someone, does it also then have within that information the individual's address or addresses that are associated with that particular individual?
Right, if he has a driver's license or we've come across that individual in the past, either by arrest or by tickets or whatever, yes, we would have information on it.
And was it also brought to your attention that day regarding the suspect vehicle that you testified to was found around the 1200 block of Calaveras, that there may be video of the suspect parking his vehicle?
Yes.
And upon receiving that information, what did you do with that information, or what did you direct others to do with that information regarding the video?
The video on that, I believe, came from a doorbell or I don't know where that video came from. I know that I remember being told that the video captured somebody getting out of the car, but I'm not sure when I got that information. I'm not exactly sure at what time I got that information.
And receiving the information, would units be sent to the individual's house who has the video?
Yes,
then
to collect it.
To collect it, retrieve it.
That's correct.
Now, has the San Antonio Police Chief, William McManus, was there orders that came from the chief's office after Detective Marconi had been shot and killed?
After he'd been shot and killed, my understanding is he ordered that officers double up. He wanted them doubled up. He was concerned for their safety. The substations, I didn't see this, but I heard that the substations, normally when we go on an alert like that, you'll have officers parked at the entrances of each station, and you can't get in without IDing, even in uniform oftentimes, or unless the officer recognizes you. So we shut down the police stations. I believe also we tapered down proactivity. We wanted to not get ourselves in a position until we were able to kind of control who this person might be. So he issued a few orders like that, I believe.
And after the call came in from Officer Ortiz and Officer Henderson, after locating what appeared to be the suspect vehicle at the 1200 block of Calaveras, approximately an hour or so after that, did the San Antonio Police Department receive a call from an individual identified as Joseph Hinojosa? And if you don't recall the name, that's fine, but an individual from Renault Tire.
Yeah, what I saw, they had brought a laptop into we had a laptop in the conference room with the patrolmen are able to see, and I was shown a call that Renault Tire had called in, and it was identifying the car and the person who bought those wheels from them. Yeah.
And what was you said identifying the car and the wheels. Was there something significant about the wheels or the rims?
In the description, we all got that from a lot of the statements that I read, and from the witness statements, was that the rims or the wheels were very distinctive on the car, and I believe had a lot of chrome. And so the information we got over the coming from the rent-a-tire was that this customer had bought a very specific set of wheels of rims.
And the individual that's calling from Renault Tire, how is it that did he give any indication on the call you listened to as to how where he's identifying the car and the rims from?
He gave a name and he gave an address of where that person who bought them.
Okay. And was it your understanding, sir, I'm sorry, that he had seen the suspect vehicle that had been, and the suspect released the still shots and the video that had been released to the media?
My understanding was he had seen both the photographs we sent out and also of the vehicle, and he could identify both. He could identify the suspect and he could identify the car.
And so upon receiving that information into the San Antonio Police Department regarding the call from Rent-A-Tire and what the individual said in the call about the suspect, who was the suspect's name that he said was the owner, or the one that they had sold, not the owner, but the one that they had sold the rims and wheels to?
Otis McKane?
Your Honor, and we're just going to object to the testifying nature, the leading nature of the prosecutor's questions, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you know, sir, from listening to the call and being the commander at the command post during this investigative time period, who the individual was that was identified as driving the suspect vehicle as it fled police headquarters?
Otis McKane.
And the individual that was released to the media, the individual who had entered police headquarters that morning around 7:48 a.m., prior to 8 a.m., did Joseph Hinojosa, did he give you the name of that person when that was released to the media, the person who had entered police headquarters?
So I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Could you rephrase it? I'm sorry.
Okay. So you said Joseph Hinojosa called, and you listened to the call where Joseph Hinojosa is the employee or one of the employees at Rent-A-Tire. Is that correct?
Okay. Yes.
And so, what information did he give about both the suspect vehicle in terms of the owner, or I guess he didn't know, in terms of the person that he sold the rims to, and the person who walked into police headquarters earlier on the day before November 20th of 2016?
He stated he recognized the person in the photo as Otis McKane. He recognized the vehicle, and they had sold him. I think he made payments to buy them, but they had sold him those wheels.
And so, upon receiving that information, what did the San Antonio Police Department do regarding this information?
Detectives were sent out immediately to Rent-A-Tire, and got statements from them, from all three of the people. I think there were three there at the Rent-A-Tire.
So now at this point, San Antonio Police Department has what they believe is the suspect vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Located at the 1200 block of Calaveras. Is the vehicle removed from that location?
No, we decided to leave it there and keep surveillance on it if the suspect came back.
Came back to get in the vehicle.
Came back and get in the vehicle, yes.
And you also then had and so from the vehicle there's information as to who the owner is.
Yes, right.
Okay. And you have information from the gentleman at Rent-A-Tire as to who they sold the wheels to, or the unique rims and wheels to.
Correct. Uh-huh.
Okay. And so with that information, you testified that you have the name of Otis McKane.
Right.
And do you have an address for Otis McKane, or were you all able to obtain an address for Otis McKane?
Yes, we got addresses. I know we got an address from Rent-A-Tire. I'm not sure what the address was on the registration, but we had 1236 Lombrano as the address.
Okay. And where is 1236 Lombrano located?
It's in the Lincoln Courts, just in the on the west side of downtown.
And do you know where that is in location to Bandera Road, the 800 block of Bandera Road?
I don't know how far it is, but it's south of that, yeah.
So, knowing now, having information about the suspect vehicle and connecting that to Otis McKane, and now these unique rims, connecting those on that suspect vehicle to Otis McKane, what did the police department do in terms of the covert units looking for Otis McKane to speak to him?
So the covert units, we just put surveillance on both, and we put aircraft in the air to keep an eye on the on 1236 Lombrano and on the car.
And the purpose of keeping aircraft and covert units on the ground at the location, of viewing the location of 1236 Lombrano was what, sir?
Tactics. Our biggest concern is once we confront this individual, we're in a place where we have other people living. We don't want to get into a confrontation with him, end up getting into some type of firefight or something and getting somebody else injured. So we want to be able to keep an eye on that, see what he did, and to kind of develop good tactics and bring him under to apprehend him. Yeah.
And so, prior to the apprehension of the individual, Otis McKane, are you aware of whether or not an eyewitness had been shown a photo lineup of Otis McKane?
Yes, I was informed that homicide detectives went to one of the witnesses. I don't know who, but they went to one of the witnesses from the scene of the shooting when the shooting occurred. I think there were over a dozen witnesses that they talked to, but they went to one of them and did a photo lineup, and they came back and said they got a positive ID on Otis McKane.
And with that information, the eyewitness from the shooting positively identifying Otis McKane from the photo lineup, what did police officers or homicide detectives then do with that information?
They got an arrest warrant. They sought an arrest warrant from a judge.
And so now the arrest warrant signed, what does the police department do next in terms of looking for Otis McKane?
So there was we kept surveillance on him, and we also tried to tie in any other associates with Otis McKane. One of those, I believe it came from Rope. They were able to tie in the address of 1230 Lombrano, which was right across. They were different buildings, but they're across from each other. And it was an associate of his, and I believe she was on the records for Rent-A-Tire. I need to check that, but I think she was on the Rent-A-Tire records as well. A woman named Christian Fields. She was listed as a friend, but I think she was a girlfriend.
Okay.
And go ahead.
Okay. So with that information, by looking at the Rent-A-Tire records and also other information that Sarah may have connecting the defendant to this individual, Christian Fields, was there a time that afternoon that a detective, Danny Martinez, notified homicide or the command center regarding Christian Fields?
So I believe Danny, Detective Martinez, they tied in a white Buick to Christian Fields, and Danny Martinez was one of the coverts, and I believe he spotted the white Buick and Miss Fields. I don't know if he knew it was Miss Fields, but a woman getting into the white Buick, and so they got eyes on that Buick as well. So it wasn't just the black car, but now this white Buick was being kept under surveillance.
Okay. And so as the white Buick is being kept under surveillance, different officers throughout the city are covertly following, and you also said there was either airplane or some sort of helicopter at times over the area. Is that right?
Most of the time, yeah. We didn't use helicopters. Helicopters can be heard, so we were using aircraft.
Okay. And so shortly before 4 p.m., was the suspect, Otis McKane, apprehended at IH-10 and FM 1516?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present during the apprehension?
No.
Where were you at the time?
I was in the same room. That's where I was, in the conference room.
The conference room, the command post?
Command post,
Okay.
yes.
And did you receive information that he was in fact in? The information then at the scene of the arrest was relayed to you that the individual, Otis McKane, had been arrested on that arrest warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And was Otis McKane then brought to police headquarters?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Were you present when Otis McKane was brought to police headquarters?
I was at headquarters, but I didn't see them bring him in.
Okay. Did you speak to Otis McKane yourself?
No.
No. Did you see Otis McKane while he was at police headquarters?
Not personally. I saw him through a monitor.
Okay. And do you see the individual that you saw through a monitor? The monitor you're looking at is, you're in police headquarters, you're looking at a monitor of a detective speaking to Otis McKane?
Yes, Detective Duke was interviewing Otis McKane.
Okay. And do you see Otis McKane in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and would you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's right there. He's wearing a white long sleeve shirt, a green tie, black shoes, black pants.
And you said right there, if there's 4 men sitting at the table next to me, where is he located at the table?
Far left, to my far left.
And for the record, you've identified the defendant, Otis McKane?
Yes, ma'am.
And so after, without going into the contents of the interview between Detective Duke and the defendant, Otis McKane, after the defendants finished speaking to Detective Duke, where did he then go?
Detective Duke or Otis McKane? Otis McKane?
Otis McKane.
Otis McKane, I believe he was booked. I didn't see where they. I went back to the conference room, so I'm not sure what happened after I saw him, and I went back to the conference room.
Okay. But sometime later, the defendant was then booked for the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
That's correct, yeah.
Now, was there a time where, while you're in the room, that you're instructing individuals to write reports and follow up, write reports regarding what they did in terms of their investigation?
Our last meeting was, there was just a lot of different information coming in and from different agencies, and so we just requested, hey, we're done. Just please, and something to back up on, homicide was in the room with us because all that information needed to filter down to the investigation itself. So just requested that anything that you did on this case, just go ahead and filter it down to homicide.
And was Deputy Chief McKay present that evening when Otis McKane was brought into police headquarters to speak to the detective?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, Lieutenant Bell, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 12. Do you recognize the individual in State's Exhibit number 12?
Yeah, that's Ben Marconi.
And this is Ben Marconi, who worked for you as a detective in the Special Victims Unit at the time that he was murdered.
Yes.
Okay. I'm also going to show you, right now for identification purposes, the autopsy photo of Detective Benjamin Marconi, State's Exhibit number 107, I'm sorry. Do you recognize the individual in State's Exhibit number 107?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and who is the individual that's shown in State's Exhibit number 107?
Detective Ben Marconi.
Okay, and when you say Ben Marconi, his Ben is a short, kind of a
Benjamin.
nickname.
Yeah.
So Detective Benjamin Marconi. Is that correct?
I never called him Benjamin the whole time I knew him, but I believe that was his full name, Benjamin Marconi. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was Benjamin Marconi a police officer?
Yes.
Okay. Was Benjamin Marconi a police officer who worked for the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. As a supervisor, as a lieutenant at the Prue Road substation, you told the jury initially when you introduced yourself the duties that you have as a lieutenant and how you supervise patrol officers. Is that correct?
As a lieutenant.
Sergeants and then.
Right, and patrol officers. Yes, that's correct.
Right, so everything kind of comes up, right?
It's a chain of command, yes, ma'am.
Chain of command.
Yes, ma'am.
And as a lieutenant in the Prue substation, do patrol officers in your substation, and all the substations, because you've been involved in various substations or worked in various substations, around the city of San Antonio?
Yes.
Okay. So do police officers, San Antonio Police Department officers, is it part of their job responsibilities to pull over individuals on traffic violations?
Yes.
Okay. And if a San Antonio police officer is conducting a traffic stop, is that officer in a lawful discharge of their official duty as a San Antonio police officer?
Objection, Your Honor, it's not relevant on this particular case.
It's highly relevant.
I understand.
And I'm not, I'm specific, I'm not going into the province of the jury. I'm asking him about San Antonio Police Department officers, if they are conducting a traffic stop.
And it's not relevant. What another officer does at another time is not relevant to what Officer Benjamin Marconi was doing November the 21st, 2016 at 11:38 or 27 and 26 seconds.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, I asked the question. Can you ask it to me again?
Sure, of course. So, when a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department conducts a traffic stop, is that police officer acting in the lawful discharge of their official duty as a San Antonio police officer?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Lieutenant Bell, this is Raymond Cruz and Daniel de la Garza, and we represent Mr. McCain. You stated that on November 21st, 2016, at approximately 11:38, you were working on something else, right?
That's correct, sir.
And you dropped that and you started working on this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are part of the SVU unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does the SVU unit typically work homicides?
They don't investigate. I need to preface that because it's not a yes or no answer, sir.
Okay, please.
May I explain? SVU, because they're across the hall, they don't normally work homicides, but on weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, when an incident occurs, our manpower is just a little bit less than it normally is, and so oftentimes you'll see homicide and SVU detectives helping each other out, going back and forth, taking statements, going to scenes, things like that.
Okay. And you also testified that you were the OIS commander?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is OIS?
Officer involved shooting?
Okay, and typically, officer-involved shootings are where an officer shoots a citizen, another person, correct?
Not typically, no, sir. I'm sorry, yes, typically it is, yes, I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question.
It's an officer on duty shooting
Absolutely.
someone, right?
That's typical, yes, sir.
Okay, and so that unit, it has a special unit?
It's not a unit. They're officers they're detectives out of homicide that are selected for that. It's a special team inside of homicide.
Now, in an officer-involved shooting dispatch or investigation, are you all investigating the officer?
We're investigating you're talking about an officer involved shooting when we go. We're investigating the scene, the facts of the case, not the officer. We're investigating what happened.
Okay. So you don't investigate the officer as a suspect?
What do you mean by as a suspect? Not a suspect unless he's done something against the law, right? We're just investigating it as when we begin the investigation, we just try to gather the facts, and we get statements from witnesses, and we get statements from the officer as well.
Okay.
Is that what you mean, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Now, in an officer-involved shooting where the officer shoots a citizen,
You know, I'm going to object at this point. I think this is not relevant because there's no evidence that Detective Marconi shot anyone. Detective Marconi was shot, so I don't find the relevance. I don't find this to be relevant to the jury.
they opened this whole door, Your Honor, if I may.
I'll give you a little leeway.
Oh, I mean, just by way of example, in an officer-involved shooting, is there a lag time from when you can investigate the officer or question him
Yeah, I'm going to object again, Judge, on this. The lag time, it's not relevant to the specifics of when an officer shoots a suspect pertaining to this particular case.
Overruled.
What do you mean by lag time? Do we delay talking to him, or just it takes some time to be able to get the statement from him? I'm not sure what you mean, sir.
Or do you all have union rules where you cannot
Oh.
question the officer?
That's correct.
And I'm going to object again. The union rules are not relevant in this case, Your Honor.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm just trying to make a point of when an officer is involved in a shooting and the resources they utilize compared to the resources they utilize when an officer shoots somebody. And I think they open the door to this, Your Honor.
I don't. First of all, it's not relevant, and second of all, how the door was open is he investigates both officer-involved shootings and shootings when officers are shot and killed. So the officer-involved unit does both, but the resources are not relevant. The questioning about the union and everything else is not relevant in this particular case.
Well, Your Honor, there's been testimony that another officer left an officer-involved shooting investigation to investigate this. And so I'd like to get into this. And they opened the door, in my opinion, Your Honor, already.
Overruled.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury that, please?
Could you repeat the question, sir, just to make sure I understood?
Well, when an officer is involved in the shooting of she said suspect, a citizen, is there a time that the officer cannot be questioned because of your union rules?
The union rules don't govern
Okay.
that. Policy governs when we question an officer.
Okay. And what is that policy?
Well, the policy when I was there at the time is when an officer is involved in a shooting, he's immediately isolated in the car. Nobody talks to him. Supervisor assigns someone to the officer. He's transported to headquarters. He is isolated or in an office for a statement or somewhere where no one's going to contact him. He's allowed to have an attorney present, so we won't interview him without an attorney present.
But there's an hour time limit, isn't there?
No, there's no time that I'm aware of. When I was there, sir, I didn't know of a time limit imposed on interviewing officers. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So your testimony is within hours of the officer being involved in the shooting, he can be questioned by you all.
Yeah, we don't have any time limits or time constraints or anything in regards to when we interview an officer involved in a shooting.
Okay. And you're sure of that? I'm just trying to make sure, because
I'm
I've heard
gonna
otherwise.
object to
I'm asking him a question, Your Honor.
This question's been asked and answered. He gave his answer to the best of his knowledge at the time that he was there in 2016. It could, I don't know, that's what we're referring to, right, Mr. Pettis, 2016?
Yes.
So,
Let's go to the next question.
Okay. Now, with regards to setting up a command post, such as this one, in your typical murder, that's not the case that you set up a command post of this nature generally. Is that correct?
In a typical murder or
Yeah,
murder, just a
in a
murder. We do have command posts, but command posts are generally reserved for very high-profile, unusual occurrences, critical incidents, things of that nature. It's hard to say what a typical murder is.
And don't get me wrong, I understand that.
Yeah.
But usually a homicide detective is assigned. If the murder occurs at night, there's the detective on duty, and he passes the case on to the day homicide detective, right? Generally.
If it happens at night, I believe homicide is called out for them. They were back then. So if you were on call as a murder detective, you'd be called from home to respond to the scene to a murder. I don't know how that works now. That was 5 years ago. So.
Okay. And you said that in this case, within the hour, you already have detectives, you have covert units, you have other officers coming into work that were not on duty. You said you have the chief, you have deputy chiefs, you have the feds involved, the FBI, Homeland Security. and FBI stands for Federal Bureau of Investigations, correct?
Yes, sir.
ATF involves alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. TABC is the Texas Alcohol and Beverage Commission, right?
Yes, sir.
DCSO is Bear County Sheriff's Office.
That's correct.
DPS is Department of Public Service.
Safety.
You're right, Department of Public Safety. And also the United States Marshals were there, right?
Yes, they were there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that, for lack of a better expression, that's not typical.
No, it's not typical.
Now, at some point, homicide generally took over, and Lieutenant Gallegos was now the commander of this investigation, correct?
Once the apprehension occurred, Lieutenant Kaye went to homicide. Homicide now.
Was
Yes,
the apprehension of Mr. McCain?
The apprehension of Mr. McKane. Yes, sir.
I thought that Gallegos and you had that meeting at 7 in the morning the next day or something like that.
I might have misspoke. What I meant was my duty stopped at that point. I went home, and Lieutenant Gallegos, I think he remained, but yeah, I went over to homicide.
And you testified covert units. Covert units would include narcotics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, for example, ROPE, Repeat Offenders Program.
That's correct, sir.
Is it still called ROPE? Do you know?
I believe so.
Okay. And VICE.
Yes, sir.
And VICE generally deals with what?
Vice deals with vices, gambling. It'll deal with prostitution. It'll deal with I don't know all the things they're doing. I think they do online solicitation, minor possession of alcohol, those kinds of things.
Sure. And narcotics obviously investigates drug dealing, marijuana, cocaine, meth, and the like, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And property crimes, of course, that involves investigating burglaries, vehicles, habitations, and those type of things, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this instance, all those officers, all those resources are being applied to this investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that in this on the hour, every hour, the debriefings were going on.
Yes, sir.
And you said that at some point there's over 100 officers involved in the briefings.
I did. I'm guessing. I don't know how many there. Not in the briefings.
Oh, okay.
No. And I may have misunderstood her question. If I can clarify, what I understood was how many people were involved just in that day, officers and et cetera. I didn't know how many. In the briefings, it wasn't that number.
Okay. But you did say that there was another meeting where there were like 70 officers, if not more, listening to the information. Is that correct?
Not listening to the information. They were debriefed on the description. So we went to the first floor, the largest conference room in the public safety headquarters. This didn't occur on the third floor, sir. The reason we did that is because we were bringing in safe units. The officers from the field and some detectives were in the room as well. And that was to give them the description of the car, give them the description of the suspect, make sure they had all that information.
And just to clarify, SAFE is an acronym for what?
San Antonio for a fear-free environment.
Now, a decision was made, I guess, by Chief McManus to lock down the substations. You testified, right?
I didn't hear that directly from Chief McManus. I heard it through, they were going to watch out for officer safety. Anytime we have a situation like that, which occurs from time to time, we'll post an officer at the gates to ensure safety for the officers.
Sure. And as a matter of fact, police, public safety headquarters here at 315 Santa Rosa was also on lockdown, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, I'm not saying you know it for a fact, but Chad, you have general knowledge as part of the investigation. that it was also ordered that police officers double up. Is that correct?
That's what I understood. Yes.
Okay.
I didn't see that for myself. I wasn't in the field. I was in an office, but that's my understanding was that that was issued to make sure the officers were safe.
And just to make sure, I don't know how much the jury knows, but at least here in San Antonio, officers are patrolling out there in the field, and they're generally, even though on occasion you see two officers in a police cruiser, most of the time it's one police officer per police cruiser.
That's correct.
And in this instance, it was ordered that the police cruisers be doubled up.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and for example, the officers conducting covert surveillance on Lombrano Street, they were doubled up.
That I don't know. I don't know if they were doubled up or not. I didn't have the details of how they were set up on surveillance on that.
Okay. Now, you said that there's 6 substations total?
Yes, sir.
And all of them were involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes. You talking about that meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
And as a matter of fact, police units were sent out all over the city, including property crimes, narcs, Vice, Road, in search of this vehicle, the suspect vehicle, correct?
This is my understanding. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with regards to locking down the substation, if I may. Because I asked you about the officers on Lombrano conducting surveillance, well, you knew they were doubled up. We know that the officers that first noticed the vehicle, the Mitsubishi, they were investigating an accident and they were doubled up. Did you know that?
If they were doubled up?
Yes.
I know it was Henderson and Ortiz. Honestly, I don't know if they were in the same car and they were in separate cars. I don't know how they rolled up to it or how they were handling the accident or how they noticed the car.
Okay, if I may. Now, back in November of 2016, partially to the best of our knowledge, orders from McManus, you said that, you testified that the substations were on lockdown, that for officer safety, that all units were, to the best of your belief, doubled up for officer safety.
I'm gonna object to a misstatement of this lieutenant's testimony. That's a misstatement of his testimony.
Which part?
The part about all units. He said he couldn't testify if the covert units were doubled up. That's not his testimony, so I'm objecting to that.
Well, maybe there was one covert unit without 2 cops, and I don't know. I believe at least.
I'm going to object to defense counsel testifying, Your Honor.
All right, let's get the next question.
To the best of your belief, most, if not all, units were doubled up.
I only knew about the patrol units. This is the first I've heard of the covert units being doubled up right now. It actually hadn't occurred to me until you asked the question.
Okay, that's fine. Now, what other incidents had been going on back in 2016 that caused the command so much concern that for officer safety in this case?
I think there were incidents across the country.
Such as?
Well, we knew that in Dallas, that was something that hit close. I believe there were, and I don't know the intricate details of these cases, but I was aware that 5 officers were killed. Because there were officers was my understanding. I was aware that there was a shooting in Des Moines, and I believe it was that month. 2 officers were killed in Des Moines. So the general, and the point of saying that was there was a general, among officers, there was a general sense of trepidation, right? Looking over your shoulder, watching when you drove home, those kinds of things was just part of the background of what was happening.
Okay, and then that's one of the reasons that you all decided, the command decided to release the information to Sarek, I believe you said?
No, sir. Sarek would have had the information. Sarek is SAPD. It's a unit at SAPD. So Sarek, it's called San Antonio Regional Intelligence because it's a collaboration of multiple law enforcement agencies, and they collate or they bring together the intelligence they have. And so they would have had it naturally, but it was decided to kind of release the photos and release that information for the safety of officers. I think it's important to remember we don't know that someone's acting alone, and we don't know where they come from in this case. And so it's important to get it out to as many officers as possible.
Correct. But Sarek released the information to other agencies, and by that you mean, I don't know if it was Sarek, but the decision was made to release the information to other agencies because of those other police officer shootings, correct?
Well, the reason we were involving the pictures weren't the reason. I think there's two things that have crossed over a little bit.
Yes, sir.
The reason we don't normally incorporate outside agencies to help us with a murder investigation, but in this case, because there might be a federal nexus on it or a statewide nexus, we wanted to make sure other law enforcement agencies were aware that this happened and that they had the description of the suspect. It seemed that we had an obligation to try to protect anybody else in another department as well, not just ourselves.
And so the mindset of command was that other officers had been shot in other jurisdictions because they were police officers, correct?
I can't speak to the mindset of the entire command, but that was my mindset. Can you repeat the last part of your question? Because I might have interrupted you.
At least your mindset was that part of the reason to release that was because other officers in other jurisdictions had been shot because they were police officers.
Correct. They were targeted because they were police officers. Yes,
And during this time, I mean, part of the events that were happening right back then was the killing of Michael Brown at the hands of police officers in Ferguson. Do you recall that in 2014?
Yeah, I do recall Ferguson. Yes.
Okay, and then in 2015, Freddie Gray in Baltimore, and in
Yes.
2015.
Back to this line of questioning, I don't know how relevant something in 2014 or 2015 is with Detective Marconi's death in 2016.
It goes to his mindset, Your Honor, of why they released all this information. If I can just have a little bit of leeway, and I'll wrap it up.
Just a little bit of leeway.
Okay. But as a matter of fact, you specifically mentioned Dallas, where those officers were shot, but there was a parade going on. There was a parade going on where they were complaining, they were protesting the shooting of Alton Sterling and Philandro Castillo. I'm on cross. This is
You
cross.
can't testify on cross.
Yes, I can, Your Honor. This is a cross. You can
You
either
can
say
ask
yes or no.
questions, Your Honor. That's what.
I'll sustain. You can ask the next one.
Were you aware that when the shooting occurred in Dallas in 2016, there was a parade and a protest downtown to the shooting at the hands of police officers of Alton Sterling and Fernando Castillo?
I was aware of the parade. I didn't know what it was about, but I was aware there was a protest or a parade or something.
Okay. And so these events were in the mindset of the community and of police at the time in November of 2016. Events that have been transpiring in 2014, in 2015, and 2016 throughout the country.
Yeah, it was a national narrative after Ferguson. Is that what you're asking me, sir? If it was kind of it was in the news,
Yes.
people were aware of it. Yes, sir.
Of the minority community coming together with the Black Lives Matter and other type of events, because of events that were happening across the country of minorities being shot at the hands of police officers. And that's the narrative of that, right?
Yes, sir. But and to that point, that was the 5 officers being shot was a result of these types of conflicts. Yes, sir.
And by the time that you decide to release this information for officer safety to other jurisdictions, by this time, you are aware through your investigation that the suspect in the shooting of Officer Ben Marconi is a black male.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I have a few follow-up. Thank you. Lieutenant Bell, are you aware that the Dallas police officers that were shot, that they were protecting the individuals involved in the Black Lives Matter parade?
I wasn't aware of that. I don't know the details. Like I said, I didn't review that before. I just remember that was our mindset when we were there, that it was highly likely that Ben Marconi was targeted because he was a police officer.
And was your, and following up with some of defense counsel's questioning, was the San Antonio Police Department just concerned about the safety of police officers?
I'm going to object to leading, Your Honor.
I'm not suggesting the answer, Your Honor.
You can rephrase.
Besides the concern of police officers being targeted, correct, or being shot, whether it be in San Antonio or other cities or states after Detective Marconi was shot and the shooter was still loose,
Right.
was the San Antonio Police Department concerned about the safety of other
I'm
individuals?
going to object again to leading. It's still a leading question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
When you have someone shoot another person and murder them the way Ben Marconi was shot, it's my belief that, just through my experience, that individual is dangerous to everybody. If you shoot a policeman that way, who represents the law, then the community's at pretty high risk. And that's just, I'm speaking from my experience, ma'am.
You're speaking today from your 25-year experience as a law enforcement officer.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that based on, are you saying that based on the facts of this case? That where Detective Marconi was seated, the individual came up from behind and put 2 bullets in
Well,
his
Your Honor,
head?
I'm going to object to leading again. This is a leading question. It's a statement. It's not a question.
It is.
You can ask the question.
Okay, right. What are you basing, the statement that you made, what are you basing that upon in relation to this case? That you were concerned that not only police officers were targets, but the entire community was a target, or was in fear?
Your Honor, he's already testified to that, Your Honor.
Overruled.
The manner and the location of where he was shot, the manner in which he shot, what I mean by that is it was an execution. It was execution style, and the location of where it occurred to us seemed to be sending a message that was selected. Not only the officer, but the location itself was meant to send a message.
And that location being in front of the San Antonio Police Department headquarters?
In front of the headquarters. Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, members of the jury, this seems to be a good time for a lunch break. Let's make it 1:45. Come back no later than that. Enjoy your lunch.
All rise for the jury.
for purposes of laying the foundation to this phone being relevant during the trial, we believe that it is his phone, and the jury will be able to infer through the circumstances that he is responsible for the content on the phone. But for purposes of a objection to the phone being improperly seized or downloaded, if he's saying it's not his, then he can't raise.
He's not saying anything.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the search warrant itself does not say it's his.
The search warrant says, Your Honor, and we can introduce a copy of it, it says that the phone was found in the possession of the defendant at the time of his arrest on November 21st of 2016.
I should do that, Judge. For purposes of this hearing, I would offer well, let me show the state. Well, not mine.
It's marked.
Ours has our bar number. Where we could discover. We had a different copy of it. We would offer it as an exhibit for,
We'll offer it,
for
Your
this
Honor.
hearing. Okay.
Okay, and so let me mark it and offer it for the hearing.
Okay.
Okay, and so that we're clear, the witness, in fact, is only going to testify as to various phones that were sent to him, the type of phone, the serial number of the phone, whether or not he was able to perform the extraction device. So there will not be testimony from this witness that this phone is in fact the Otis McKane's phone. This phone is in fact Christian Field's phone. So we are getting that out because this witness is leaving, and so we may not be able to bring him back. I mean, we may have to fly him back if needed for trial. The purpose of this is just so the testimony can come out from the person who did the extraction on the phone, and then we'll have an additional witness who then works with this witness who took that information and prepared these reports, or Celebrate reports to then explain the contents of the phone.
Okay. To solve the issue, we would, I guess, we're not withdrawing the objection, but I understand exactly what you're saying. Our objection goes to the warrant does not show who owns it, and therefore the extraction, what is actually the contents, we would object to. I can understand if this guy's just going to come and testify. I got a hold of a couple of phones. It doesn't say who they got them from, who they deal with, and I did all these extractions, and here it is.
Well, and not here, it's just that he performed the extractions, and that then another detective will testify as to the contents using Detective Stoll's extractions.
Okay, I understand.
And they work together at the San Antonio Police Department. So they're, and I'll instruct him to say, I mean, I think you can tell by when you look at the phone whose phones they are. However, I'll instruct him, his testimony just needs to focus on the type of phone, the serial number, and whether or not they were able to extract, whether or not he was able to extract it or not.
And I don't know if concede's the right word or what, but I don't think the jury can infer anything about the evidence itself from that testimony.
I don't believe so.
It doesn't sound like it, right?
No,
So
no.
it's just plain part of the foundation for the later admissibility. And as long as there's no saying it's his or anything like that, or here are the results.
But he is going to say, because that two of the items that he looked at did not appear to have any evidentiary value connected to the case. So that's why we're not.
Yeah, well, I don't
This
have
one
a problem with
closes
that.
that, so that we didn't have another individual come and review the phones where there was no, review the two cellular devices where there was no evidentiary value to this capital.
And at a later time, then you would bring in the person who seized the phone, and then the person to testify as to what may or may not come off of it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right.
And at that time, we would re-urge the objection.
Okay. All right, we're going to bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury. May be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant lunch. All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time the state calls Detective Brian Stoll.
Afternoon, Judge.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can adjust the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you. You can introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Stull, S-T-U-H-L.
All right, State.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Detective Stoll, if you would, please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and tell them what you do for a living.
My name is Detective Stull. I've been with the San Antonio Police Department for 25 years, the last 14 years of which I have been assigned to the technical surveillance detail, specifically doing computer and cell phone forensics.
And what training do you have to do cellular and computer forensics?
I've been through multiple different training classes through the Secret Service, through the FBI. I hold about 10 different certifications in computer and or cell phone forensics. And I also teach computer and cell phone forensics across the United States to other police officers.
And how long have you been teaching cell phone and computer forensics to other police officers around the United States?
I've been teaching at the college level since 2009. I've been teaching at the national level at the National Computer Forensic Institute since 2012.
What is involved in, and you said you have multiple certifications. If you would tell us what certifications you hold in order to perform your job.
So some of the certifications I have is they're through a training company called SANS. I have the GCFE, which is the GIAC Certified Forensic Examiner. I have the GCFA, which is the GIAC Certified Forensic Analyst. I've also been through the 5-week training at NCFI called BCERT.
And what is that? You said you BCERT, but also where did you obtain your BCERT training from?
Sorry, NCFI is the National Computer Forensic Institute. It's in Hoover, Alabama.
Okay. And I interrupted you. Were you still going on with the other certifications you hold?
I hold a couple others that have to do with handling intrusion cases and reverse engineering of malware.
Okay. And are you a police officer with the City of San Antonio Police Department as well?
Yes, I am a detective with the San Antonio Police Department. I've been a detective for 15 years.
And then prior to that, were you at the police department as in a different capacity?
Yes, 10 years prior to that, I was on patrol. So I was a patrolman for the first 10 years.
Okay. So 25 years total as a police officer, but the last, how long have you been doing the computer and cell phone forensics?
25 years as a police officer and cell phone and computer forensics for 14 years.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Stoll, have you testified in both state and federal court as an expert in cell phone forensics and computer forensics?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay, and on how many occasions have you testified?
Federal court was once. District court would be about 3 or 4 times, roughly.
Over the years. And how many cell phones and computer downloads or forensic cases have you worked on in the last 14 years?
I would say several hundred.
Okay. So it's just that some of these you don't end up being called. I mean, obviously, several hundred you don't end up being called to testify. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to refer you to SAPD case number or assignment number 16253595, the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi, where you brought 6 cell phones and 1 tablet in order to do a forensic download or an extraction on those devices.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. And if you could, please tell the jury or explain what steps you took. First of all, what is an extraction on a cell phone and or a tablet? Is it the same extraction process?
Yes, ma'am, it is the same process that we use.
All right. And you can explain what the process is or what is an extraction?
So we take measures to secure the phone so that it's not connected to any type of network, whether it be removing the SIM card. And the SIM card is the card that allows it to make communication with the various cell phone towers and cell phone providers. We isolate that and then we hook it up to it's a physical device that we hook up to, and that is we tell it what type of phone we're extracting data from, and we hook it to a thumb drive or to some type of portable drive, and then we extract all of the data off of the phone and put that onto the external drive.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So you just testified that you had received how many cell phones and how many tablets under that particular assignment number?
6 cell phones and 1 tablet.
And were you able to extract information or download the contents of the 6 cell phones and 1 tablet when you performed that process on all of them?
So I was able to download from some of the devices, but not all of them.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right. So specifically, starting with if you could, a Netco cell phone, model name U15ZRINAPRM02FPBLKGY, and then it has a IMEI SIM number 1:260702099594. Do you recall doing a download on that particular phone?
On that particular phone, I was unable to do a download. It was an older model phone, and we could not get it to charge.
Okay, so tell the jury about that. What do you have to do in order to do a download on a phone?
So when we download a phone, when we're connecting it to that device, we do have to power it on, which is why we take the steps I mentioned before of isolating it from the network so it's not communicating at that point. If we cannot power the phone on, we don't have the option for downloading anything. Sometimes the batteries are dead, very old, things like that. If we're not able to power on the phone, there is no method for extracting that data using the devices that we have.
Okay. So that particular phone, since it wasn't able to power on, you were not able to perform an extraction on it.
That's correct.
Now, looking at, did you also receive a Huawei cell phone, serial number W5P9KB92A 3007654?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able to perform an extraction on that phone?
I was not able to perform an extraction on that Huawei phone.
Okay. And why not?
That one also would not power on.
Okay. So the same situation as the phone you just described, is it?
The Unico phone.
Unico
Yes,
phone?
ma'am.
Okay. All right. And so the third cell phone you've received a Huawei cell phone, serial number Q4V7NA9392700 191. Did you receive that cell phone under the same SAPD assignment number?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay, and did you perform an extraction on that phone?
No, ma'am, I was unable to on that one because that was not supported by any of the extraction devices that we have.
Okay, and how is that then, that some phones are supported and some are not?
Some phones don't have enough market. They're not popular enough for the forensic companies who develop these devices to spend a whole lot of time and research trying to extract from those particular phones. So occasionally you'll come across phones that are either too new, too old, or just not popular enough for them to have the extraction methodology for it.
All right, so now looking, did you receive an RCA tablet model number RCT 6773W22B?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, again, under that same assignment number.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you perform an extraction on that RCA tablet?
Yes, ma'am. I was able to perform an extraction on the tablet.
Okay, and after extracting the contents of the tablet, did you review the contents of that tablet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did the contents of the tablet have any evidentiary value pertaining to this particular capital murder case of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
I did not find anything on the tablet that I judged to be of evidentiary value.
Okay. All right. Okay, next I'm going to refer you to a ZTE cell phone model Z828, serial number 325360313127. Did you receive that phone as one of the 6 submitted cell phones under the same assignment number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you do an extraction on that phone?
Yes, ma'am. I was successful in extracting that phone.
Okay, and did you review the contents of that extraction pertaining to that phone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and when you reviewed the contents, did that particular phone, the ZTE phone with the serial number that I just read into the record, did that phone have any evidentiary value pertaining to the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
I did not find anything of evidentiary value on that device as well.
Okay. All right. All right. Did you perform a cell phone extraction on a LG phone, gray and black in color, and the serial number is 512CYFT348819.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and you went through the same procedure that you described to the jury with this phone?
Yes, ma'am, I sure did.
Okay. And finally, on the 6th cell phone, did you receive a white LG serial number 608VTTQS624924?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and on that phone, did you perform an extraction?
Yes, I got a successful extraction on that phone.
Okay, and when you are able to obtain the extraction, do you save the extraction? Is the extraction saved at the San Antonio Police Department forensic office?
Yes, ma'am, we have a vault where we store that.
Okay, and was that done in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, and each of these, the 6 cell phones and the tablets, have serial numbers that are noted in the reports. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and where do those serial numbers come from on the cellular devices and/or the tablet? For example, if you pick up a cell phone, are you able to see the serial number on the outside of the phone?
Sometimes you have to remove the battery. Sometimes you can see it on the outside of the phone. It's assigned by the manufacturer, and they choose where to place that.
Okay, all right. And so But each of these, the 6 cellular devices and the tablets, you were able to observe and then notate the serial number and the description or the type of phone on each one. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. This time I'll pass the witness.
Detective Stewart, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Raymond Fuchs, and I represent Otis McKane. I just have a few questions, so I can help clarify. When you extract this information from these phones, in what form do you give them?
So there are 3 different type of extractions that can be done on a phone. There's a logical extraction, which gets all the user data pulled down off of it. There's a file system extraction, which pulls the user data along with certain databases and other areas of the phone that it may have access to, but it's less than a full extraction. And then we have a physical extraction, which is a full extraction of all the ones and zeros, all the data that resides on that phone, whether it be in the system area or whether it be in the user area.
Okay, and the extractions you performed on the phones or tablet, the prosecutor was asking about, which method did you use?
On all of the ones that I was able to extract, I was able to obtain physical extractions, the full extractions.
Okay, and does this end up in a form where anybody could look at it and know what they were seeing?
When you first extract it, if it's a physical extraction, it usually ends up in a binary file, depending on which type of device you're using. And then you have to have specialized software to process and read the data from that binary file. And so what we typically do is we take that binary file, we run it through that software, it's included with the device that you buy, and that can now put the data into a user-readable format.
And you've also testified that you successfully did extractions from a tablet and from a phone, but decided it had no evidentiary value on it.
Correct.
And did you do the full examination or the full testing of those extractions as well?
I did a preview examination of them. I did not do full analysis on them, but I viewed the contents of the phones to see if there was anything that appeared to be evidentiary value to the case.
And you made that determination?
I did, yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened to the results of those extractions where they are now?
We still have the extractions stored at our office, yes, sir.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And for the record, we've tendered those reports to the defense, as soon as we received them from them, a year or 2 years ago, whenever it was. But they've had that. I don't want to leave that impression that they're at the SAPD office and they don't have them.
All right, you have any questions?
So when you reviewed the tablet and the other cell phone, I can tell you, the one that you said that you reviewed it to see if it had any evidentiary value for the case or pertaining to the case. How do you know what to look for when you're making that determination in terms of whether it's connected or has evidentiary value connected to this particular case?
Typically, since we are just a support unit, we receive information from the investigator or the detective that we're supporting on the case for guidelines of what they're looking for on that.
And guidelines in terms of I guess the facts of the case, or what may be significant facts pertaining to, in this case, the capital murder of Benjamin Marconi.
That's correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
No other questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Otis McKane.
swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. You can adjust the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you. You can introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Therese McDaniel, Treise, McDaniel.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. CSI McDaniel, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a crime scene investigator for the San Antonio Police Department. That includes searching for physical evidence, documenting that evidence, collecting the evidence, and then preserving and processing that evidence.
All right. How long have you been a crime scene investigator for the San Antonio Police Department?
24 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities, job duties as a crime scene investigator?
We search for evidence. With that evidence, then we need to document it through photography, videotaping, sketching. Once that is complete, then we'll collect it so it maintains its integrity for subsequent testing or for use in court. We process the evidence for fingerprints mainly. That's the whole processing for us. And then we preserve it for court.
And were you given an assignment or dispatched to a particular location under SAPD assignment number 16253595 pertaining to the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
Yes, ma'am.
So, was your first involvement in terms of your job assignment, did it begin on November 21st of 2016?
Yes,
Okay, that would be a Monday, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And so where were you first called out to?
I went to the 1200 block of North Calaveras.
And what is at the 1200 block of North Calaveras?
There was a vehicle parked there.
And so who were you called out there with?
I went with investigator Andrews Emler.
And what had y'all been, you said the 1200 block of Calaveras?
Yes.
What is the nearest intersection to what y'all were called out to?
Poplar?
1200. Okay. So Poplar and Calaveras is the nearest intersection to 1200 Calaveras?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you and CSI Andrews Emler being called out there?
My sergeant at the time, Sergeant Rangel, requested that we go and contact the detective that was assigned to that case and do what he told us to do.
And so what did you then do at that scene
We
at 1200 Calaveras?
We contacted Detective Juarez. He requested that the vehicle be photographed and the area underneath the rear bumper be searched for physical evidence.
And you can you tell the jury the type of vehicle that you were asked to, that you found, or that, obviously you didn't find it, but that was present at 1200 Calaveras when you arrived?
It was a black 2011 Mitsubishi Galant.
And where was that vehicle parked?
It was parked on the roadway.
And so when you, did you and CSI Emler have different roles or different job responsibilities regarding the 2011 Mitsubishi Galant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what were the two different job responsibilities?
Investigator Andrews Emler was tasked with photographing that vehicle and the surrounding area, and then we both were asked to search the rear bumper area of the vehicle.
may approach?
Yes.
CSI McDaniel. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, and 129. Do you recognize what's shown in these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do these photographs that you testified that CSI Andrews Imler took, is that right?
Yes.
Did she take these photographs in your presence?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And do these photographs fairly and accurately show how that the black in color Mitsubishi Galant appeared when you all arrived at the 1200 block of Calaveras?
Yes.
Okay. So these pictures are taken at night, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Is that when y'all were dispatched to that particular scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibits 118 through 129 inclusive.
Right, they're admitted.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish them to the jury?
Yes.
Starting with State's Exhibit number 119. Can you tell the jury what's shown in State's Exhibit number 119?
Those are the street signs
Okay.
at West Poplar.
Zoom in, it's kind of hard to see the second one.
Yeah, it's West Poplar and North Calaveras.
And you said this 2011 Mitsubishi, what is the license plate number of the 2011 black and color Mitsubishi that was located at the 1200 block of Calaveras?
HJV 2098.
I'm going to show you what's been introduced as State's Exhibit number 118. Is this a photograph of the black Mitsubishi 2011 with license plate number HJV 2098?
Yes, ma'am.
And that matches the same license plate number as is written in your report.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything that you noticed about the exterior to this Mitsubishi?
It appeared to have paint scrapes on the hood and the roof and the trunk, I believe.
All right. So starting with the hood, I'm going to show the jury what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit number 121. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in this picture?
It appears that there's a possible paint transfer on the hood from another object.
And then looking at State's Exhibit number, and all of these pictures are of the, other than the one obviously of the street signs, they're all of the black Mitsubishi 2011 Galant with the license plate number HJV 2098. Is that correct?
That's correct.
so then looking at State's Exhibit number 123. You can explain what this is to the jury.
It appears to be paint transfer because of the white color that's on the hood.
And where is it shown in this particular photograph, State's Exhibit number 123?
It would be in the center of the hood.
And then can you also see additional paint transfer someplace else in this particular?
On the windshield, ma'am.
Okay, so the hood and then the windshield.
Yes, the passenger side windshield.
And State's Exhibit number 124, can you see what this is a close-up of?
It appears to be paint transfer on the windshield.
And then State's Exhibit number 123. Can you explain to the jury where this is and what it is?
That also appears to be paint transfer on the rear passenger side window, exterior window.
And then State's Exhibit number 120.
That appears to be paint transfer on the hood, or I'm sorry, on the trunk.
Of that same black Mitsubishi Galant.
Correct.
And was there, did you also photograph the wheels and rims of this particular vehicle with license plate number HJB 2098?
I believe so, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 122. And does that picture depict the wheels and the rims?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is the passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit number 126, what does this picture show?
The wheel and rim.
On the passenger side front wheel?
Front wheel, yes.
Okay. And then finally on this, regarding the rims, State's Exhibits number 128, what does that do?
The wheel and rim on the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at this time, was the vehicle searched out at the scene at 1200 Calaveras?
The interior of the vehicle was not searched.
There, at
Not-
that scene?
Correct.
Okay. Were pictures taken from the exterior of the vehicle looking into the vehicle, to the front seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been introduced as State's Exhibit number 129. And what can you see in this picture? What does it appear to be on the passenger seat?
Some type of clothing.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit number 127 is just a close-up of that same picture, State's Exhibit number 129. And what does that appear to be?
They appear to be blue jeans.
Okay, and then some sort of other additional item of clothing here, is that right?
Correct.
Near the blue jeans or on top of the blue jeans.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that you had searched, you and CSI Andrews Emler also searched the bumper of the vehicle?
Underneath the bumper, yes.
Okay.
Behind the bumper, under the trunk area.
Okay, and how did y'all go about doing that search?
I believe actually Investigator Andrews Emler got on the ground, looked under there, felt under there, and then I also felt along the bumper to make sure there was no physical evidence located there.
Under the rear bumper?
The rear bumper, yes, ma'am.
And did you or Officer or CSI Andrews Emler find anything or discover anything when you searched under the rear bumper of the Mitsubishi Galant?
No, ma'am. We did not.
After leaving the 1200 block of Calaveras, where did you then go?
We went to 1230 Lombrano.
And at 1230 Lombrano, what were you tasked with?
We contacted Detective Aguilar, and he requested that the
I'm
scene...
object to the hearsay, and I'd also request you to approach the bench at this time.
All right, you can approach.
after you left 1230 LeBron, where did you then go?
My sergeant requested that I go to the SAPD vehicle storage facility located at 442 9th Street and do a secondary search on the patrol car that Detective Marconi was driving.
And the location that you went to, is that a secure facility?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you go with to that particular facility?
Sergeant Montano was there.
So please tell the jury about the search that you did on the vehicle that Detective Marconi was driving on November 20th of 2016.
Upon getting to the vehicle storage facility, unlocking the door, going in, I started to search the inside of the vehicle. Most of the evidence had been collected at the scene, what I was to understand. I saw a defect in the front passenger seat. So I went over there to investigate it a little further. I touched the seat. I felt something in the seat. I then decided that it's probably a good idea to get my camera and start to document that. So I documented the exterior of the vehicle, and then I documented the inside passenger compartment in the front, and then the defect in the seat. And then I unzipped the seat, and the spent bullet fell to the floor, and I documented that.
And then after you documented it by photographing it, did you then collect the spent bullet?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, Manfred.
Yes.
All right. CSI McDaniel, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 108. Do you recognize what's contained in the envelope? The envelope, and then if you can open it and tell us if you recognize what's contained.
Yes, ma'am.
inside. And how is it that you recognize the envelope?
It has my initials, my badge, and the date on the exterior of the envelope.
And what date does it have on it?
11/21 of 16.
And is that, does the envelope also have the unique SAPD case number 16253595 pertaining to the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
If you could please open the envelope. Is there another envelope inside of 108?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and do you, can you open that envelope as well? And all of these envelopes are sealed, is that correct?
That is correct.
And without removing that yet, do you recognize what was placed inside of these envelopes inside of State's Exhibit number 108?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is the contents of that?
It's a spent bullet.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, and 117. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these the photographs, States Exhibits 109 through 117 inclusive? Are these photographs that you took on the evening of November 21st, 2016, when you searched the Crown Victoria patrol car that Detective Marconi was driving with a license plate number of 1087867. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And do these pictures fairly and accurately show the patrol car and the bullet, the projectile, or the spent bullet that you found when you searched the the defect hole in the front passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit number 108, which is the envelopes containing the projectile that she recovered from the patrol vehicle, along with State's Exhibits 109 through 117.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted.
So I'm going to go through the pictures with you and publish them to the jury. So looking at State's Exhibit number 109, can you tell the jury what's shown in this photograph?
That's the front of Detective Marconi's vehicle.
And these, his vehicle at this point, the time you're searching it and photographing it, is located in a secure stall, parking stall at the 9th Street Pound. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then State's Exhibit number 110. What is shown in that photograph?
The driver's side of Detective Marconi's vehicle.
State's Exhibit number 111.
Also the driver's side of Detective Marconi's vehicle to indicate the vehicle number,
Okay, and that vehicle number is what?
7084.
And State's Exhibit number 112.
That'd be the front interior of Detective Marconi's vehicle.
And when you say front, the front seat area, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, State's Exhibit number 113.
That's the front passenger seat.
And what is unusual about the front passenger seat by looking at this picture?
It has a defect in it, in the seat itself.
And is that located right here?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit number 114.
That would be a close-up of that defect that was located in the front passenger seat.
And what is shown in State's Exhibit number 115?
That's the rear of the front passenger seat.
So is this picture taken from the back seat? You can see the back seat here, and then the back of the front seat, the front passenger seat.
Yes, ma'am.
And why is tell us about this picture, what it shows, or what you did with the zipper.
I unzipped the zipper of the seat, the cover, to extract the bullet, but the bullet had fallen out when I unzipped it.
All right, so after unzipping it, the bullet fell down. Is it shown the location of where the bullet fell to in State's Exhibit number 116?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where is that?
It's between the seat and the door frame.
And is that the front passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so between the front passenger seat and the door frame, and the bullets right here, is that correct? The
That
spent bullets?
is correct.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit number 117, what is that a photograph of?
That is a close-up of the spent bullet that I located.
Okay, and the spent bullet that you located, did you collect that item of evidence?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and is that item of evidence State's Exhibit number 108, your the evidence number E1.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and would you please remove that and show the jury the bullet that you collected that's shown in State's Exhibits, 116, 117, and then showing them where, obviously, we've gone through where the bullet was located, but if you could also just show them.
Did you want me to get up? Or-
All right, if you can repackage that for us, please.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and CSI McDaniel, after you collected State's Exhibit number 108, the spent bullet, where did you place, after you collected it and packaged it, where did you place it?
In the property room.
Okay, and that's the San Antonio Police Department property room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that a secure facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Is it Investigator McDaniel?
Yes, sir.
Correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm Raymond Fuchs, this is what so we represent Otis McKane, okay?
Yes, sir.
At the time you conducted, is it a search for evidence, or is it an investigation for evidence? What would you consider what you were doing?
Searching the vehicle for evidence, sir.
Okay. And at the time you were examining the interior of the vehicle for potential evidence, were you aware that other crime scene investigators had already done that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you knew that some evidence had already been removed from the vehicle?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And is there a reason why, when you have a crime scene investigator, why the car wasn't taken to the secure place to begin with before any search was conducted?
I wasn't at the original scene, so I'm not quite sure of what their mindset was. But if it had been mine, I would want to take it to a controlled area where it's more secure. You can do a much more detailed search in a controlled area, so you have better lighting, you have better equipment, things like that.
Okay. I have no other questions.
And CSI McDaniel, the search that you did of Detective Marconi's patrol car was just a secondary search to see if there were any items of evidence still in the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the search that was conducted the day before by other CSI investigators, are you aware that that was a crime scene that had been is partitioned off, so to speak, had been blocked off from the public and was searched? It was in broad daylight when it was searched.
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
No other questions, Judge.
All right, ma'am, you're excused.
Thank you, sir.
All right, State, call your next witness.
State calls Daniel Chapman.
All right, I'm going to swear you in. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May need to adjust the microphone. You can introduce yourself to the jury. Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Danny Chapman, DANNYCHAPMAN, and I'm a lead telecommunications specialist for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
And if you want to lower the microphone just a bit. There you go. State.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chapman. Can you please tell us what it means to be, what was your title again, lead
Telecommunications specialist? Yes.
Please tell us what that means.
So basically, we're the dispatchers for the courthouse. We provide security for the courtrooms. We provide surveillance for the courthouse and the other county buildings. We monitor burglar alarms and fire alarms for county facilities.
How many buildings do you monitor?
Approximately 28 total,
28
which includes the county parks.
So you are in charge of all the monitoring, video or otherwise, for the county building.
Correct.
And what types of duties do you perform as you're doing that?
So we monitor surveillance cameras, we monitor burglar alarms and fire alarm systems, and we also dispatch for the bailiffs in the courthouse.
How long have you been doing this job?
10 years.
And have you spent all the time doing this
Yes.
for the county?
Yes.
Did you ever do this job for anyone else?
Yes, in the civilian sector for private security.
And what company was that?
I actually work for the state of Texas for the Department of State Health Services.
And what did you do for them?
I was a public safety officer too.
Back in November of 2016, were you asked to perform a duty?
Yes.
And what was that?
I was contacted by the command staff from the sheriff's office, and I was asked to review surveillance footage from the Paul Elizondo Tower, which is a building adjacent to the Justice Center.
And when you say adjacent, you mean the building? Right
Correct.
here. And were you asked to retrieve videos because you're a custodian of Bexar County records for the courthouse?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you manage and maintain all of the video surveillance that comes through on any given day in the courthouse?
Yes.
And is that footage collected every single day, 24/7?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And are you the one in control of maintaining it and retrieving that video?
Yes.
So you were asked to, from your command staff, Bexar County Sheriff's command staff, to retrieve video, is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you told specifically what time frame or what you were looking for?
Yes.
And please tell us what that is.
So I had received information from our command staff that they had been contacted by the San Antonio Police Department and advised that the defendant had entered the building.
Let me stop you for a second. When you say defendant, are you talking about the suspect in the Benjamin Marconi
Correct.
murder case?
Correct.
And so you were asked to look for video that included what?
Of him entering the building and going to the county clerk's office, the Vital Statistics Department, and obtaining a marriage license.
And where's the Vital Statistics office?
So that is on the first floor of the Paul Elizondo Tower.
And when we talk about the Paul Elizondo Tower, does it face Nueva?
Yes, it does.
And what is that address there?
That would be 101 West Nueva.
And does that involve one of the buildings that you're in charge of the video surveillance?
Yes, it does.
And the custodian of all this video?
Correct.
So what did you proceed to do at that point?
So at that point, I contacted the county clerk's office to verify that the person that I was requested to observe was actually there, and they were able to verify that a person with that same name did in fact come into the building and obtain a marriage license that day.
And what was the name?
Otis McKane.
So the clerk's office was able to verify that he had been present, so what did you do next?
They were able to give me a time that he was actually in the building. So at that point, I was able to go back to the surveillance footage of inside of the marriage license office and start from that point. Since
When you say start from that point, what did you proceed to do?
at that point, I reviewed the video footage during that time frame, in hopes of finding him on the surveillance cameras during that time.
Do you recall what date you were looking on?
Yes, that was on November 21st of 2016.
So Monday, November 21st.
Correct.
2016. And when you say you started from there, did you work backwards or forwards?
I worked backwards from the marriage license office.
And did you retrieve all of the video footage that you discovered with the individual Otis McKane depicted on it, and then give that to your command staff or to the investigative unit of SNPD?
Yes, I did.
May I approach them in this room?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 130. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the copy of the disc that I recorded on November 21st, 2016.
And you personally retrieved this data and recorded it for the investigation?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed it in total?
Yes, I have.
And did you date and initial it when you reviewed it?
Yes, I did.
And does it accurately depict the events of that day?
Yes, it does.
And so the recording system that you recorded this on, can you alter or change any of the footage that you retrieve?
No.
So how do you specifically retrieve the video?
There's a video software that the county has for all of our county buildings. It's called Genetech. It's stored in the cloud, so there's no way for us, we don't have the access level to alter or change any video.
At this time, the state would offer State's Exhibit 130 into evidence.
Objection.
It's admitted?
Permission to publish?
Yes.
And as we go through the clips on State's Exhibit 130, and it has no sound, would you please describe to the jury what area of the Palo Zondo Tower we are looking at, please,
Okay.
as we proceed through it?
This is a slide together, all of them. I mean, of course.
Yeah, they're all in this one disc.
Yeah, really, it's all of them.
Can you explain to the jury what this is a view of?
Okay, so this is the corner of Nueva and South Flores Street. This is in front of the Bexar County parking garage, and it's facing the Palo Zondo Tower.
And this is from 11/21/2016 as you...
Correct.
And can you describe to us where the individuals you were looking for, Otis McKane, where is he on this screen?
So they're on the left side of the screen in the top left corner in the adjacent parking lot. That's a private parking lot across the street from the building.
And can we see them walking? Is that
Yes.
what we're... And can you tell us what time of day this is?
It's around 11 o'clock in the morning.
Does it have...
Between 9 and 11, actually.
And now we can see him up on the corner.
Correct. They're standing at the crosswalk on the corner.
And that's Nueva and...
Nueva and South Flores.
So now we can see the suspect walking across the street.
Correct. They're walking across the street to the corner in front of the Palo Elizondo Tower. So that's going to be just in front of the front entrance to the building.
Right, so I'm going to play the second clip. Can you please describe to the jury?
So this is the security checkpoint. This is at the front entrance of the Palo Elizondo Tower. And you see there that the suspect and his female companion are entering the facility and going through the security screening process.
And we can see that this is 11/21/2016, and it appears that the timestamp on this clip is 9:54 in the morning.
Correct, 9:54.
And now this third clip, what area is this?
So this is directly behind the security checkpoint on the first floor of the Palo Elizondo Tower, and this is the front lobby area directly in front of the marriage license office.
Right. And what about this clip? What are we seeing in this?
That is the inside of the vital statistics marriage license office.
And what is the time on this?
That is 9:55 a.m.
And where can we see the person you know to be Otis McKane in this?
On the top right corner in front of the desk, the clerk's desk.
And if you know, can any other, does anything happen in this office other than marriage licenses? Is that what this office exists for?
So at that particular time, the previous administration DBAs were also done. Assumed names were done in the office as well, but it was mainly just marriage licenses.
And this next clip is the marriage license office as well.
Correct.
And what is the time on this?
9:55 a.m.
And so, where is this location?
That is the elevator lobby on the first floor of the Palo Zondo Tower. That's between the marriage license office and the security checkpoint.
And it's 10:07, it shows.
Yes. And you see there that the suspect just got in the elevator.
And the time here is 10:28.
Correct.
You see them exiting.
Correct. That's the exit to the front of the Palo Zondo.
And can you tell us what this view is and what time it is?
So that's at 10:28 a.m. and that is the vestibule just before you get into the security checkpoint at the front of the Palo Zondo Tower.
And we can see the individual leaving.
Correct.
After you pulled these video clips and provided them to police, was that the end of your involvement with this particular case?
Yes,
And just to be clear, you are a civilian, correct?
that is correct. Once the discs were compiled and everything was put together onto a disc, it was provided to my direct supervisor, who then sent it over to SAPD.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Everybody okay on the jury? All right. State, call your next witness.
State calls Joyce Mendoza.
Have a seat. I'm going to swear you in. If you get ready for that. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. You want to get close to the microphone. Make sure everybody can hear you. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
I'm Joyce Ann Mendoza, JoyceAnnMendoza.
I'm going to give you a couple of instructions, okay? The lady in front of you is a court reporter. She can only get one voice at a time, so make sure questions are asked in their entirety before you respond. Also, if at any time either side, there's a lawyer on either side that stands up and objects, wait for us to take care of that before you answer, okay?
Okay.
All right. State.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mendoza. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Ms. Mendoza, are you a native San Antonian? Are you from San Antonio?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Ms. Mendoza, are you currently employed?
No.
Are you retired?
Yes.
I want to take you back to November 20th of 2016. Do you remember, November 21st of 2016, a Monday. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why was it that you remember that day?
Well, I gave out marriage license.
Okay. Did you give out a marriage license that day, and then a couple of days later you were asked to give a statement about some people you'd given the license to?
Yes, I was.
Okay. The people that you were asked to give a statement about the marriage license, do you recall on that Monday about what time they came in to the marriage license area to get the license from you?
About 9:57, right before 10 a.m.
Okay. And what was your job at the time? Who were you working for, and can you tell the members of the jury what your job was?
I work for the Bexar County for Gerard Rickoff, and I give out marriage license and assume names.
Okay. So Jerry Rickoff was the county clerk at the time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And for how many years at that time had you worked for the Bexar County clerk?
About 2 years and about 2 months.
All right. And so this is, I think you said, what, about 10 o'clock? Is that around there?
Right before 10.
Okay.
That's correct.
And can you tell us what the process was that you would have used in dealing with this couple that came in that wanted the marriage license?
Well, we ask them questions. We ask them if they've been married before, are they delinquent with child support, and if they had been married, are they divorced more than 31 days. And then we ask for the license, the social securities, and we just type everything in.
Okay. And is it kind of the process that you ask all those standard questions of everyone who comes in?
Everyone who comes in, that's correct.
Okay. And is it important that they give you honest answers to those questions?
It is.
All right. And so, can you describe for the members of the jury, before you got their names, I guess, when this couple came up to you, can you describe the couple that was before you in order to get the marriage license a little before 10 o'clock?
Like describe them how they look, or just...
Yeah, just was it a man and a woman?
It's a man and a woman, that's
okay.
correct.
Can you describe the man, please?
He was tall, he had, I guess his hair was like in locks. He looked orange with gold tips.
Okay.
And then he had his glasses on, like a plaid shirt.
Okay. And was that person white, black, brown? Do you remember?
Black.
Okay. And what about the woman that was with him? Can you describe her?
She wasn't too tall. She was kind of slender. She had black hair, like parted to the side.
Okay. And did they give you their names? You said you have to take their names. What names did the man give you? What name did the man give you?
I really don't remember. I think it's Otis, and I don't remember her name though.
And would that be contained on the marriage license that was issued for you?
Yes, sir. It would be
Okay.
on the marriage license.
Okay. The person that so tell us what mood or demeanor that this couple had when they came in that morning to get married.
When he came in, he was in a good mood. He told me good morning, and I told him good morning back.
Okay.
You know, she didn't talk much.
Okay. And you said that one of the things you have to ask them is, are they, if they've ever been married before, correct?
Correct.
And what did they say?
They said no.
Okay. And then you said you asked them both if they were currently married, correct?
Correct.
And what did they tell you?
No.
So I guess because they were there to get married that morning.
Right,
Would that be
correct.
fair to say? Okay. And you talked about child support, that you required to ask them questions about child support. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the questions is if they owe child support, and if they're, and what did the person tell you? What did the man tell you with regard to the child support?
He told me that he was delinquent with child support, but that he was paying slowly.
So he told you that he was paying child support.
Right, he was delinquent, but he was paying, yes.
The man, that man, by the way, that was, and you said it was basically a couple of days later that investigators came to ask you questions and you gave a statement about this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that person, the man who came and got the marriage license from you on Monday, November 21st, 2016, do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what he's wearing, please?
Right now?
Yes. What is
A
he
white
wearing?
shirt with the gray tie and his glasses.
But let me do this, Ms. Mendoza. If this gentleman is 1, this is 2, 3, and 4, which number would the man who came to get the marriage license from you that Monday have been? Which number?
4.
And that's the man who told you that he was not currently married and wanted to get married. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Any other conversation that you had with him that morning about, for example, the prospect of being married? What did he say anything to you?
He told me that that the Bible says that when you love somebody, you marry them, and that if it doesn't work out, it was God's fault. So my reply was, it's not God's fault. It would be your fault or y'all's fault.
So he was telling you that the Bible says if it doesn't work out, that it's God's fault?
Right. Correct.
And at that point, once you, and did you issue the license to them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you said that he appeared happy. Did his demeanor stay the same throughout the whole time you were dealing with him?
In the end, she was happy.
Okay. And so the whole time you were dealing with both of them, did their demeanor kind of change from that? I mean, did they stay kind of happy the whole time you were dealing with them?
He did.
And was that basically the end of your dealings with Otis McKane on Monday, November 21st?
All I do is I ask him to make sure everything's correct on the marriage license. And he did ask for a waiver, so I gave him the waiver.
Okay. And tell us about that. How does that work? Why would somebody need a waiver or ask for a waiver?
Well, they have to get a waiver. It's the law that if you want to get married that same day, we give them a waiver, and then they come to a judge, and it's the judge's decision to marry them.
Okay. What if they don't get a waiver?
They're not able to get married till after 72 hours.
All right. And is it difficult to get a waiver?
No, if they ask for it, we do print it out and we give it to them.
Okay. So basically, if anybody says, hey, I want a waiver and I want to get married today, they get it.
Right, except if they're not divorced within 31 days.
Okay. And then what do they do after they get the marriage certificate or license that you issue to them? What's the next step for somebody going through that process here in the Bexar County Courthouse?
You mean after they get married?
No, after they leave you, is there any other process that they have to go through?
No.
They're done?
They're done.
Okay, so they've already seen a judge at that point, or do they go
No,
see
that's when they go look for a judge.
Okay. They go look for a judge in order to perform the marriage?
To perform the marriage, correct.
And how do they generally do that?
We tell them to come start to the first floor and then work themselves up to the 4th floor.
And have you been shown the video before of Otis McKane and his wife coming in to the clerk's area where you were working?
Have I seen the video?
Yes. Have you seen the video before?
Yes.
Okay. Is your desk visible on that video, in that area of the video where all the clerks are?
No, you can't see my desk.
Okay. So we wouldn't be able to see your interaction with them at the time? That just shows the room where they actually are?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
Welcome.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a short break. Let's try to keep it about 10 minutes.
All right for the jury. may be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Officer Marco Ortiz.
You can have a seat. Thank you. All right, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure everybody can hear you in the microphone. Okay. You want to introduce yourself to the jury? Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
I'm Officer Marco Ortiz, M-A-R-C-O-O-R-T-I-Z.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, first tell the members of the jury a little bit about yourself. Are you born and raised San Antonian or what?
Born and raised in Monterrey, Mexico. Migrated to the States back in 1979.
Okay.
Been living in San Antonio since then, since 1979.
And how long have you been a police officer, sir?
I've been a San Antonio police officer for 18 and a half years.
Okay. And what district do you work in right now?
It's a section called the 23 side. That's what I'm assigned to right now, 23 side.
And is that out of what substation?
That's out of the central substation.
Okay. And would that have been the same area you would have been assigned to back on November 20th, 2016?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And is that, can you describe to the members of the jury basically what part of town or what area of a side of town that would encompass?
It consists of anywhere from west of 35, starting at right around I-10 and Culebra, all the way to General McMullen, as far as Highway 90 back to 35 and 10.
I want to take you to Monday, November 21st, 2016. Do you recall that day, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you tell the members of the jury why you recall that Monday?
That Monday, I recall that Monday because I remember at roll call, we normally do not ride double in the vehicle, but due to the incident the day before, we were told that we were going to be riding double that day, so I was part
Let
of
me just
it.
stop you for a second, sir. When you refer to the incident the day before, were you talking about the murder in front of headquarters of Detective Marconi?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was that the result of why y'all were doubling up?
That is correct.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead.
And so that's why I remember that morning. We're not used to riding double in the police cars, and that morning we were, after our sergeants advised us at roll call that nobody was riding single that day.
And were there any instructions given to the patrolman, as far as you know, such as yourself, to be on the lookout for any suspects or vehicles or anything connected with the murder of Detective Marconi?
That is correct. If I remember correctly, the vehicle had been placed, suspect vehicle had been placed all over the news, and yes, we were told to be on the lookout for the vehicle and or suspect both. Yes.
Okay. And so what time did your shift start that Monday, sir?
0600.
Okay. And at some point, let's just take you around, I guess, between 9:30 or so. I want to take you to the intersection of Poplar and Calavera Street. Is that within your district?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are you very familiar with that area?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Did something take you, and you said someone was riding with you that day?
That is correct.
And what officer was that?
That was Officer Rob Henderson.
Okay. Did something take you and Officer Henderson, what took y'all to that intersection on Monday, November 21st, 2016?
Okay, so although I mentioned earlier that nobody was riding single, everybody's going to be riding double in a car, we were told as well to also cover, even though there are two officers in that one vehicle, whether it would be a barking dog call or an alarm or an assault, we were still going to go cover a two-man team. So, having said that, we heard a major rollover accident at that intersection come out, and we were dispatched to go cover those 2 officers that were there.
So when you say you were dispatched to cover them, does that mean the other 2 officers were the primary officers on the accident call, and then y'all were just going to make sure they were okay?
That is correct.
All right. So what happened? And were you driving the vehicle, or were you the passenger in the patrol car?
I was the right front passenger in that vehicle.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived at that intersection?
We first made contact with the officers that were handling the major accident, asked if everything was okay, if they needed any assistance. They advised us everything was okay. They had it handled. And as we approached coming eastbound on Poplar, we turned what would be south onto Calaveras. And as we continued on south after being told that they were fine, they didn't need any help, I observed the vehicle on the right-hand side that appeared very familiar to what we had been seen to look out for, to be looking on the lookout for.
About what time of the morning was this? Just approximately, sir?
I'm going to say between 9:30 area, right around there. I don't know the exact time, but right around that area.
Okay. Who was the first person to spot this vehicle of interest? Was it yourself or Officer Henderson?
It was almost simultaneously as we were driving by it, past it. I looked to my right and there it was, and it was almost as if I looked at him and he was looking at me at the same time. Officer Henderson was, and we were kind of like in disbelief. We went past it slowly. I believe the next intersection is Calaveras and Rivas. He turned back around and came back towards the vehicle, which was parked on the west side of Calaveras, and stopped there and started realizing that, yes, that was in fact the suspect vehicle due to certain things that we saw on there.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. So initially, the vehicle caught your attention.
Yes.
Y'all turn around, and I guess y'all decide to check it out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you call in to anyone about that, or did y'all decide, no, we're going to look into this first before we call anyone?
We first kind of made sure that that would have been a possibility, that the vehicle was the one that we were looking for. And once we observed a couple of identifiers, such as the dent on the hood that had been put on the news as well. I remembered some dark clothing inside, like a hoodie and some blue jeans that were in there. So once we started seeing that the wheels were very distinct, they were easily spotted, out of the ordinary looking wheels. So once we saw that, we kind of thought, yes, this is a good possibility. This is the suspect vehicle we're looking for. So we stopped there, and I started making phone calls to my sergeant and all the follow-up units that needed to be known.
Okay, who would your sergeant have been at the time, if you recall?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Sergeant Solis. I believe that's what my sergeant was at the time.
Now, did you check anything out on your own, or did you take, for example, an identifier like the license plate number of the car and run it yourself, or did you have them do it when you called it in?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember exactly how, if I ran the plate or if I just with the identifiers, like I said, on the hood, were enough for me to just stay there and advise people what was happening.
Okay, so once you advised your superiors, we think we got the car.
Yes, sir.
And did you stay there to make sure it was secure?
We did stay there to make sure it was secure. At the same time, we were advised to move away from the area, but be nearby watching it. That's what we did.
Was that in the event that the person who was driving the car, owned the car, came back?
That is correct.
Okay. Would it be safe to say they didn't want 2 patrolmen?
Judge, I'm going to object to the leading question.
What was the rationale they gave you for moving away?
I'll object to the hearsay, Your Honor.
In the event...
Hold on a second, sir. Response?
Your Honor, part of the investigation as to whether or not this was a vehicle involved in the killing.
He could testify to what he did, Your Honor, not what he was told to do.
Counsel's not being offered for the truth of the matter, sir.
Go ahead, sir. Why were you told to move away from the vehicle but to stay in the area?
In the event that the person that was driving, who may have been the suspect driving the vehicle involved in the shooting, would return and harm officers.
Okay. And did y'all do that?
We did. We moved away, stayed nearby, watching the vehicle from a close location.
All right. And did other people arrive to start looking at the car? Or what happened next in your dealings with that car?
At the time that we started dealing with that, it was almost within a minute or so. I don't remember the exact time. The actual officers that were handling the major rollover accident at that listed intersection of Calaveras and Poplar, excuse me, advised that they had surveillance video that they were looking at to see how the accident had occurred. So they said, there's a possibility that we may have some surveillance on the vehicle that was possibly about a half a block away from that intersection.
Where were they getting the surveillance video from?
It was a home that is on the northeast corner of that intersection. I believe it's in the 1900 block of Poplar.
Okay. And did you follow that up to see if, in fact, there was video that caught? Let's talk about the accident first. Did it turn out there was video that the homeowner had that caught the accident?
That I'm not aware of. Okay. That I'm not aware of the accident. I am not sure. Okay. All I know is that we did find out that there was a surveillance camera at that residence that was facing towards the vehicle that we found.
Did you watch any of that surveillance video yourself?
Yes, sir, I did, as the homeowner allowed us to.
Okay. Were they able to run that surveillance video back in time to the day prior to November 20th, 2016?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point, did you yourself see that vehicle that you discovered on November 21st, 2016 at basically the corner of Calaveras and Poplar? Did you see that vehicle arrive on that homeowner's video?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you see an individual park that vehicle and get out?
We're going to
Yes, sir.
on that. Can you instruct this witness not to answer, Your Honor?
I'll sustain the leading objection.
What did you see, sir, when you watched the homeowner's video with regard to that car on the previous day, Sunday, November 20th, 2016?
I observed a male exiting the driver's side door, going towards the trunk of the vehicle, opening the trunk of the vehicle, pulling out a pair of boots, what appear to be work boots, closing the trunk, and began walking northbound on Calaveras toward West Poplar.
Okay. Now, when you walk northbound on Calaveras, what street would that dead into if you keep walking northbound?
Completely all the way with it.
Is Lombrano in that same area?
Oh, absolutely. It's 4 blocks, I believe, is Menchaca, Nickel John, and I believe the next one's Lombrano. Yes.
Okay. So it's been introduced into evidence that the defendant, Otis McKane, lives at 1236 Lombrano. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that a housing complex in that area, or can you describe?
It's what's considered the Lincoln Courts. Yes, sir. Right. Saha. Yes, sir.
And are you very familiar with that area?
I would say I am, yes, sir.
Then after you watched the video, what duties did you have after that, if any, sir? With regard to this incident?
With regards to this incident, we contacted the follow-up unit, which I believe is IT, and we stood by in that residence, myself and the lead officer from the major rollover accident. We stayed in the home until IT department from the police department arrived to do whatever it was to withdraw the video from that.
So when you say IT, you're talking about sort of like the video unit of the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you there when they came to start working to try to retrieve it?
Yes, sir, I was.
When you saw the vehicle that day, did you already described how you examined it Did you take any photographs of it yourself?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer Ortiz, I'm handing you what's been marked as for identification as States Exhibit 131, States Exhibit 132, States Exhibit 133, and States Exhibit 134. Can you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize what those are?
Yes, sir. It's a black sedan that I took photographs of. Yes, sir.
And is that the black sedan you took photographs on Monday morning, November 21st, 2016?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Was this the vehicle that the San Antonio Police Department was looking for?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Was this the vehicle that was parked at basically the corner of Poplar and Calaveras?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And do these photographs of that vehicle, do they fairly and accurately depict the way that vehicle looked on the morning that you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'll offer into evidence States Exhibits 131, 132, 133, and 134. Intended for them to counsel.
No objections.
Right, they're admitted.
Officer Ortiz, can you describe for the members of the jury States Exhibit 131? What are we looking at?
We're looking at the front license plate and the damage on the hood from an unknown object at that time with some white paint transfer.
And the white paint transfer, is that depicted above the diamonds of the Mitsubishi?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you see anything on States Exhibit 131, any damage or markings or paint transfer on the windshield?
I do, on the right front passenger side of the windshield.
Now, States Exhibit 132, can you describe that photograph that you took?
Yes, sir. It's the same as the last one without the license plate, with a closer look at the damage on the hood and the windshield.
And what does States Exhibit 133 show us?
And those are the wheels that I spoke about earlier that were very distinctive, easy to spot.
Okay. And when you say the wheels, are you also including the rims of the wheels too?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yes, sir. Okay. And then States Exhibit 134, Officer Ortiz.
Yes, sir. The same thing from a different angle. The wheels of the vehicle with the driver's side, on the driver's side.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer Ortiz, let me show you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit number 135. And tell me if you recognize this area, and just to sort of orient you, that would be one point, let's see, and the other, let's see if you can see that if my glasses are,
Okay.
that's West Poplar.
Poplar.
And then, do you see Lombrano, 1236 Lombrano in that?
Lombrano,
over there?
yes, sir, right
okay.
here.
And does that, can you tell us what that is?
This
No, what does this diagram or document depict? What is
the location between where the vehicle was found to where the suspect lived.
Okay. And it's this Google Earth view of that area, does that fairly and accurately depict that area as you know it from your many years and still today patrolling that area of the west side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does this area depict the distance from the corner of Poplar and Calaveras and 1236 Lombrana where the defendant was living?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 135.
No objection.
Admitted.
Can you see well enough on your screen there, officer? You can mark it with your finger, these
Yes, sir.
two addresses that we're talking about so that the jury can see where they are.
Did I do that? This.
Can you touch the screen, actually touch it, circle, put a circle around there? Let's see. Okay. And those two circles, let's talk about the circle in the top left-hand corner.
Okay.
That would be what address?
1236 Lombrana.
Okay. And then the circle down on the right-hand side of that, what address would that be, sir?
That is the intersection of West Poplar and North Calaveras.
Okay. And that's the location that you found the vehicle in question on Monday morning?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it, officer. They may have some questions for you. I don't have any more questions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, procedural.
Yes.
Officer Ortiz, my name is Juan Perez, and we represent Mr. McKane from your testimony, right?
Yes,
You testified that when you went to roll call, there was an order out that you all were to be doubled up.
Yes, sir.
And that means basically that there are 2 police officers per police cruiser.
Yes, sir.
Now, generally here in San Antonio, I don't know about other areas, but that's not the policy, right? You all generally ride 1 police cruiser, 1 police officer.
When you're on patrol, yes. If you're in a specialized unit, gang unit, SWAT, I know that they ride double.
Okay.
I know on patrol we normally ride 1 officer per vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay, so in this instance then, would it be, just generally speaking, I'm not going to hold you to it, but instead of having 10 patrol units out there protecting the community, now we have only 5 cruisers because those officers are doubled up.
Yeah, that is the correct math, yes.
Okay. And that was to protect the police officers, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And because Mr. Delgado brought it up, when you saw the vehicle and, through observations, it appeared to be the suspect vehicle. You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point in time, I guess you all were stopped right by the vehicle, and I guess someone instructed you move away from the vehicle and conduct, I guess, covert surveillance, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And according to Mr. Alprado, or in response to his question, that was done for officer safety, correct?
That is correct.
Again, to protect yourselves, right?
That is correct.
And you stated in the event the suspect returned and would harm officers.
That is correct.
Now, in this particular instance, at that time, maybe you're not there, but within close proximity, there's 4 police officers at least.
Yes, sir.
The 2 officers handling the accident, and then you and Henderson in your unit, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you also stated, just to back up a little bit, that the reason you were there in the first place, there was a dog barking call, a loud music call, a fight call, an accident call. You were instructed that the 2 officers that responded in one unit should be covered by another cruiser with 2 officers, so you'd have 4 officers at any one call, even if it was a dog barking call.
That is correct.
Okay, and that is for officer safety.
That is correct.
Okay, and just generally, in this instance, I imagine the 4 of you who are patrol officers, the standard issue weapon for you all is a .40 caliber Glock pistol.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And the .40 Glock caliber pistol is a semi-automatic pistol that carries, if I remember correctly, 15 in the chain in the magazine and 1 on top. Is that accurate?
1 in the chamber, yes.
So you all have 16 shots each.
That is correct.
Now, at the time in your cruiser, were you all carrying AR-15s or M16s?
I do not recall if I had an AR-16.
Are you qualified?
I was at one point, but like I said, at that incident, I do not remember if I was qualified to carry an AR-16.
Okay, but maybe not you, but at the time, by 2016, in the San Antonio Police Department, police officers were already qualifying to carry what is typically referred to either as an AR-15, which is a semi-auto, or an M16, which carries full auto, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant.
Overruled.
Is that an accurate statement? I'm not saying you or any of the 4 of you, but at the time...
Would you repeat the whole question again?
Yes, sir. It's very simple. At the time, in San Antonio Police Department, in November of 2016, officers were already qualifying and carrying in their cruisers, either in the trunk or wherever you want to call it, AR-15s. I'll just call them AR-15s.
Some officers carried back in 16 carried AR-15, yes.
Okay. And just because the jury might not know, an AR-15 is a military type rifle that has the capacity to be semi-auto, which means you pull the trigger once and 1 projectile ejects, or full auto, which you pull the trigger and a bunch of bullets come out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that one can carry up to 30 rounds. Is that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor. Evidence about an AR-15, there's no evidence of an AR-15. This is irrelevant.
What's the response?
I'll withdraw that question. And lastly, you did withdraw from the vehicle and conduct a covert surveillance until other units came by or evidence or whatever the case might be.
That is correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Guillermo Gonzalez.
Swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please make sure everybody can hear you. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Guillermo Gonzalez, Guyllermo, last name Gonzlez.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gonzalez, would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Well, I'm the homeowner of where he parked after the accident.
And your name is Guillermo Gonzalez?
Guillermo
is that
Gonzalez, correct.
Okay. Back on November 20th and 21st of 2016, where did you live, sir?
1949 West Poplar.
Okay. And where is 1949 West Palm?
It's on the corner of Poplar and Calaveras.
I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence already as State's Exhibit number 135. And looking at State's Exhibit number 135, are you able to see, using this map, where your home was?
Yes.
Okay. And can you kind of circle the area of where your home is? So you circled a residence at 1949 West Poplar that's on the northeast corner of the intersection of Poplar and Calaveras. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And back November 20th and 21st of 2016, how long had you and your family lived at that location?
Well, it's originally my mother's house, but I was just staying there for recovery after surgery.
Okay. And so how long had you been staying there?
Like a year.
Like a year, okay. And so on the morning of November 21st of 2016, was there a motor vehicle crash that occurred at the intersection of West Poplar and Calaveras Street?
Correct.
Okay. And did you see or hear the crash?
Yes.
Both?
Both, yes.
And do you recall exactly what time it was?
It was between 9 and between 8 and 9.
Okay, between 8 and 9 a.m.,
Yes.
somewhere around there?
Somewhere around
Okay, a.m. on November 21st of 2016?
Correct.
And upon hearing and seeing the crash, what did you do, Mr. Gonzalez?
I got up from the couch and I went outside to see the accident, and I noticed there was because we have a monitor that I had installed for my mother. We have a monitor that shows it's like the accident happened, everything. I heard it and everything, so I walked outside and see if everybody was okay.
And so once you said you had a monitor installed for your mother's home?
Yes.
What does that mean, a monitor installed?
Well, it's connected to the hard drive of the DVR.
Okay. So do you, in addition to a monitor, do you have video cameras that are set up outside the home at 1949 West Poplar?
Correct.
Okay. And so upon going outside after the crash, who did you speak to? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
Okay. Did you speak to the officers that had arrived at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And after the crash, did the officers arrive shortly thereafter?
Yes.
And what did you tell the officers when you came out and spoke to them?
Well, after they were almost wrapped up with the scenes of the accident, I looked to my left because the day before, which was the 20th, I had seen the news about what had happened. And I turned around and I saw the car and I recognized it right away. And I advised one of the officers and I told him that's the car from yesterday.
Okay. And when you're outside and you see the car from yesterday, you're referring to the day before, right?
Correct,
the
yes.
November 20th, 2016 case where the police officer, Detective Benjamin Marconi, was killed in front of police headquarters. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay. And so you said you had seen the car before. Where had you seen the car?
Well, since I was recovering, it was I had surgery 4 days before the accident. I always watched the news, and I had seen the car and the I'm pretty good at recognizing the vehicles.
Okay. So that day, you said you had surgery beforehand, so you were
Right.
you said at your mom's house?
November 16, I had surgery.
November 16th of
Yes.
2016?
Yes, correct.
So this is several days then after your surgery, so you're recuperating, but also watching the news while you're recuperating.
Correct.
Okay. So you see the vehicle. Did you see the day before on November 20th of 2016? Did you see the individual who was driving that vehicle park the vehicle and walk and leave the vehicle there?
I did not.
After seeing the vehicle, did you inform officers that you possibly have video footage from the day before, from prior to that time when the car may have been parked there?
Correct.
What did the officers do upon learning the information about the video footage that you believed you had?
They basically left the area, but since there were 2 officers in each patrol car, 2 of the officers, which was Mr. Ortiz, and I don't recall the other officer's name, they stayed at my house, just trying to see if any movement on the car.
And were you able to go back using your computer equipment and your hard drive? Were you able to go back to find when it was that the vehicle you're referring to was parked at that location?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, the vehicle that you're referring to that you had seen when you came out to view the crash, where was that vehicle parked?
It was parked on Calavera Street on the south of Poplar.
Okay. On Calavera Street, south of Poplar?
Correct.
So again, looking at State's Exhibit number 135, you indicated that you lived here at the northeast corner at 1949 West Poplar?
Correct.
Okay. And now using this, looking at this map, can you tell the jury where it was that you saw the vehicle? That you recognized from the news as being the suspect vehicle involved in the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
It was parked right here.
Okay, so you indicated, I know there's some red rooftops as well, but did you point or indicate in this area where my thumb is?
Correct.
Okay, so it's just south of the intersection of Poplar and Calaveras, but parked on Calaveras, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit number 33. Do you recognize the vehicle that's shown in State's Exhibit number 33?
Correct.
Okay. And how is it that you recognize this vehicle, Mr. Gonzalez?
Because of the aftermarket wheels.
And so those are the distinct wheels are what you had recognized from having seen
Also the car, the
Okay.
Mitsubishi.
the Mitsubishi and the wheels. And
Yes.
then when you saw this, you knew that this appeared to be the same car as what, sir?
That's the accident that happened the day after.
Oh, you're talking about the motor vehicle accident, right? You said that happened the day after?
No, that happened Monday.
Okay, so the motor vehicle accident happened Monday.
Correct.
But you recognized this car
From the news the day after.
from the news the day before.
Before. I'm sorry.
The news about an event that occurred the day before, does
Yes.
that make sense?
Correct.
I just want to make sure that we are speaking about the right date.
Yes.
Okay. So the motor vehicle accident happened Monday,
The
November
21st.
21st at sometime between 8 to 9 a.m.
Correct.
You had previously seen the news about the shooting of the police officer that occurred when?
The 20th.
The 20th.
November 20th, 2016.
Okay, the day before. I see.
The day
Okay. And so now, looking at State's Exhibit number 32, do you recognize this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same vehicle in State's Exhibit 32 and 31, the same vehicle that you identified in State's Exhibits number 33 and, State's Exhibit 33 and 34, 133 and 134 that you saw parked just south of the intersection of Calaveras and Poplar.
Correct.
And so when you went back and went through your computer equipment, your computer video that had been stored, were you able to find video footage of the vehicle, this Mitsubishi Galant that is shown in State's Exhibits 131, 132, 133, and 134 that the jury just saw? Were you able to see video footage of the vehicle being parked at the same location on the 1200 block of Calaveras and the driver getting out of the driver's seat and then proceeding away from the car?
Correct.
And the video footage, did it come from one camera or multiple cameras?
It was 3 cameras in total.
And did you, along with the San Antonio Police Department video investigation detail, did you assist them in copying the video footage and letting them download that footage from your home or from your hard drive?
Correct.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to view the video footage?
Yes.
Okay. Were your cameras working properly that day on November 20th of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make, had you made or did you make any type of changes or edits to the video footage that you provided to the San Antonio Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 136, 137, and 138. Okay. Did you watch each of these 3 DVDs?
Correct.
Okay. And after you watched them, did you initial them and put the date?
Yes.
Okay. And these are the 3 cameras that you have testified about that were on the outside of your mother's home at 1949 West Poplar?
Correct.
Okay. And these video footages, you said the cameras were working properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that there's been no changes or edits to these videos that you provided to the San Antonio Police
No
Department?
changes whatsoever.
And was your camera capable of recording, these cameras capable of recording exactly what appeared as it occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do these 3 cameras also have a date and a timestamp?
Correct.
Okay. And was the date and the timestamp on these cameras, is that accurate? Was it correct?
I believe it was correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, at this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibits number 136, 137, and 138.
No objections, Your Honor.
I think they're admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish these?
Yes.
We'll start with State's Exhibit number 136. So looking at State's Exhibit number 136, we can see in the top left corner that the date is what, sir?
November 20th, 2016,
Okay, and does it say the day of the week?
Sunday.
SUN stands for Sunday, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the initial time of this one is at 14:06. We're going to fast forward to when the car pulls up. We're waiting for it to run, since we fast forward it. Judge, we actually called IT during the break to have it set up first. So. We seem to be failing. Okay, that's fine.
remember, members of the jury, if you need to stand, you're always welcome to do that.
We have IT remotely.
Kind of figured when it was moving without y'all doing it.
Excuse me, Judge. May I step out for a moment?
Yes.
fast forward the video to 14:30. And Mr. Gonzalez, your video does not have sound, is that correct?
It does not, correct.
And looking at the top corner, there's a stop sign. What is this intersection? What do the street signs say?
Poplar and Calaveras.
Mr. Gonzalez, looking at State's Exhibit number 136, the video from your home at your mother's home at 1949 West Poplar, where will the Mitsubishi Galant be coming from using this video in terms of direction?
It'll be coming south from Calaveras. It'll be coming north.
So it's driving south?
It's driving
northbound.
south, northbound, from Calaveras.
So we should be looking in the upper
Left corner.
Left corner. of the
Correct.
screen. So at 14:33 hours, right before 14:34, you see the vehicle turn and go drive northbound on Calaveras. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what does the vehicle appear to be doing now?
He appears to be deciding, which I believe, where to park the vehicle.
And where this vehicle is parked in State's Exhibit number 136, facing south on Calavera Street, is that the same location where the vehicle was parked when you saw it the next morning on November 21st of 2016?
Correct.
What do you see occurring now with the vehicle?
He's exiting the vehicle.
And where is he now in relation to the vehicle?
He's in the rear bumper.
And what do you see the driver of the Mitsubishi Galant doing now?
He is walking north direction
On Calavera Street?
on Calavera Street.
And do you see anything in his hands?
He has a pair of boots, like work boots, water boots.
And what does he appear to be doing now?
What I appear, he's looking at the signs of the name of the streets where he parked, so he could know where he parked.
We're going to stop State's Exhibit number 136. Now. He doesn't appear back in the video, is that correct? On this particular one, State's Exhibit number 136.
No, ma'am.
Now we're going to play State's Exhibit number 137. And what is State's Exhibit number 137?
That's the front porch of the house.
We're going to, and the front porch of the house, and what is this camera facing?
It's facing Poplar Street.
Okay, it's facing Poplar, and Poplar is the main street that you see, is that correct?
Correct.
It goes from left to right?
Correct.
And this vehicle that you see turning, what vehicle, or waiting to turn, what street is that?
That will be Calaveras.
So let's fast forward, please. The video, State's Exhibit number 137, has, what date is on the video, sir?
November 20th, 2016.
It's Sunday, is that right?
Sunday.
And we're going to fast forward to 2:34. Let's go back. At 2:35. And State's Exhibit 137 is just a different angle and includes some of the footage that's also captured in State's Exhibit number 136, the previous video we saw. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And do we see the driver of the Mitsubishi Galant with the distinct rims as you described, walking in along Calaveras and State's Exhibit number 137?
Correct.
We're going to stop the video here. Does he return in this video footage?
He does not.
And then now we're going to play State's Exhibit number 138, which is again a different video angle. Is that correct?
Correct.
From your mother's home. And State's Exhibit number 138, does it have the date and day of the week on this video as well, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the date and day of the week?
November 20, 2016 on a Sunday.
And we're going to fast forward it to 2:35 p.m. And to explain to the jury please explain to the jury where this particular camera is showing. What angle is it showing?
This camera is showing will be the rear of the house, north of Calaveras.
So looking at this camera, if an individual, if we see an individual walking from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen, what street is the individual walking on?
He is walking on Calaveras, passing Poplar Street.
Okay, and so the individual has already passed, once we see him, the individual has already passed Poplar.
Correct.
That intersection of Poplar and Calaveras.
Correct.
All right. 2:37 and 53 seconds, we see the individual enter the screen on the far left, the individual that you described who had gotten out of the Mitsubishi Galant that we saw in State's Exhibit number 136, the first video.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's carrying the rubber boots or the work boots as you described?
Yes, ma'am.
And what direction is the driver walking?
He's walking north on Calaveras.
And by 2:38, 56 seconds, we no longer see the driver of that Mitsubishi Galant on the screen.
Correct.
And the Mitsubishi Galant that we saw park on State's Exhibit number 136, the initial video, is that the same Mitsubishi Galant that was the vehicle that was in the same spot when you saw it the next day on November 21st, 2016?
Correct.
And license plate number, and you've identified this as the vehicle. License plate number HJV, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
HJV 2098, that's shown in State's Exhibit number 131.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I'll pass the witness.
Yeah, we have no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you.
Did you have another one?
Not today, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, members of the jury, that's going to wrap it for today. As I indicated to you when I swore you in, whatever instructions I give you, you have to follow. So I'm instructing you to have as relaxing a weekend as you can. Hope you have a pleasant one. We'll see you back here Monday, no later than 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock Monday. Have a good weekend.
All rise for the jury. You may be seated.